Hey everyone. Welcome back for the second part of What If Naruto Got Wood Style from Orochimaru. Next part of Legacy Undone will be up real soon as well. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also, feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 6, Corruption. In and out, return and then depart. It was a never-ending circle for Naruto. The team never stayed too long in the village. Ever since they started hopping through the trees outside of Konoha, they've often had those assignments. A normal thing. The difference with the early days of their shinobi careers was remarkable. There was none of this. They only saw others return while they chased after cats or cut weed for overbearing old people with short fuses. This departure was different. It wasn't often Naruto felt giddy. This wasn't a mission. They were going to enter a competition. There was nothing better than competition. As long as it wasn't with someone with a superiority complex and corruptive jealousy like Sasuke, then competition was a good thing. Chunin exams. Naruto had no desire to return as a failure. It would be a stain on his forehead. He was going to show the hidden stone that there was a shinobi called Naruto Uzumaki. Of course, earning admirers came second. He wanted to secure his position and gain some more battle experience. It would be curious to see just how other Genin were like in other villages. Kakashi would say comparing him and Sasuke to other Genin wasn't fair. But everyone had their own circumstances. Wow. It was Sakura who started as Naruto arrived at the gates. You're practically walking on air. She was talking to him like this normal. Maybe things were a little dysfunctional in this team. Being negative now wouldn't do them any favors. And so, Naruto smiled as he replied. It was intentional. I'm excited. Never seen you so happy. It was a strange thing. Sakura had seen Naruto laughing and it was usually at the expense of other people. Sometimes he was cracking so hard you could see he was just holding himself from rolling on the ground. There was no laughter this time, but the air around him was just different. I have every reason to be happy. This is merely taking a step closer toward my grand dream of becoming Hokage. He really did say things like that without skipping a beat. Sakura would have scoffed, retorting that the dream was impossible for him. But she held herself. She needed to be a better teammate. She didn't want Naruto to look at her coldly. For Sasuke to turn on her. She was hanging by a wire. She had to consider her words. You really want to become Hokage? Of course. You do know that the Hokage is usually the most powerful shinobi. It is the highest position in the village and not everyone gets that position. Well, duh? Oh. Awkwardly, she said, good luck with that. Everyone turned to face her. Even Kakashi looked at her with surprise. Naruto just looked so shocked, you'd think he'd just seen a ghost. Inwardly, she stuck out her tongue. Is it that shocking? Yes. All three responded. Sakura shifted uncomfortably. She hasn't always been the best teammate. And the rebuke from Sasuke had hit her hard. It had felt like a stab to the chest. Not to mention, Naruto had told her right to her face that he wouldn't fight for her to remain in the team because she was useless. It really hurt her. And it was coming from Naruto. Worse, Sasuke had kept his silence when asked. She was willing to take his word, but Sakura was not blind to the truth. Sasuke had the same thought as Naruto. Much as she was loath to stomach it, the two had similar thoughts at times. She just favored Sasuke because she loved him. It didn't make Naruto's contribution to the team any less. Even if she often tried to diminish it in an attempt to make Sasuke happy. Not that it has ever earned her anything good. It always just seemed to earn her a look of annoyance. It was all bitter to swallow. The truth was difficult. No wonder people deluded themselves to believing lies. It was just better to live in your own fiction of imagination than face up to the cold reality. I have never said anything nice to him. It isn't like he is an idiot or anything. Whether she genuinely believed that he could become Hokage was something she would keep to herself. Sensei. This isn't a dream, is it? Want me to gut you? You'll know it's a dream or not. Naruto faced Sasuke and then held up his hands, smiling innocently. If I'm seeing you and my heart isn't racing, then it isn't a dream. In all my dreams if I see you, you're always a hateful monster. Ironic. Sasuke responded, a smirk on his lips. Eh? Naruto mouthed, shocked. Sensei, we should reconsider this. We can't be going with this amount of bad luck. Naruto knew Sasuke was talking about the Baijuu sealed within him. He just never thought he'd say something that would leave him open for a counter, especially by someone flat as Sasuke. I think we should. I also did come across a black cat, Kakashi said absent-mindedly. This is a team effort. If Naruto says we should not, then we can't go. Everyone must agree. You're saying that, but I don't really think this team has a choice, Sasuke said, staring at their sensei. What is that supposed to mean? Kakashi asked. We are the only ones being sent to Iwagakure. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be the case. There should be other teams being sent with us. But only this team is being sent. Why? Naruto asked, looking ahead at the trees that welcomed them to the dense forest that surrounded the leaf. You're thinking this too much. You have a choice, said Kakashi with a careless shrug. Naruto is right. For us, this may be a mission. We're probably being sent to showcase the strength of the future generation to Iwa, Sasuke said. His eyes fell on Sakura for a moment and then back at Kakashi. Naruto and I are the best of our generation. There is Guy's team. Kakashi pointed out. They graduated ahead of us. And Neji is already at Chunin. They've been to the exams already. Naruto replied with a dismissive wave. It isn't like it is a problem. But it is truly misleading to say others would be like this. Well, that was true, Kakashi thought. But Iwa didn't know that. The objective of the Chunin exams has always been to showcase talent of future generations. You aren't going to be doing anything different. But just know, you'll be representing the Leaf Village. Everything that you'll be doing will reflect on the village. Naturally. Naruto nodded his head. He then sighed. The journey is going to be long though. And we should hurry. We are not behind on time, but you never know what we might come across. If something holds us back and we are late, we will be forced to turn back, the Jonin said in a very serious tone. Well, we can't have that, Naruto said, readying himself for a hop on the trees. Do try to keep up, he said to Sakura. Not everyone is a stamina freak like you. Naruto shrugged. Physical training can solve that. It builds endurance. Your kind of training wouldn't suit Sakura. It would be too much for her, Kakashi was quick to say. You should just join Guy and Lee. Hell no. Naruto was quick to say. I don't want to die. My training suits me best. I want my body to be able to endure tall shifts. Though, I do push myself to my limits at times. All Naruto and Sasuke did was to train. They were unlike normal kids. Kakashi really shouldn't be surprised that Sakura didn't last a day with the two. A little too much. You should pause at times to rest your mind. Kakashi suggested. Sometimes your body may rest but the mind can be weary and you'll think you have issues when it is just your brain not issuing the commands. I have heard that from the Sandaime. Hence I do try to meditate as often as I do. He turned to Sasuke. The Uchiha shot Naruto a glare. He could hear Naruto saying something along the lines of meditation being impossible for him because as soon as he closed his eyes, he was only going to see Itachi. Don't even think about it. What? Naruto grinned. I was going to say your pants are falling. When the Uchiha sharpened his glare, Naruto just laughed. Just know this, if I return with a recommendation of promotion, and you don't, I'll be second in command. Which means, I'll be team leader whenever Kakashi-sensei isn't around. I'll enjoy pulling rank. Keep dreaming. Sakura didn't think it was going to change anything in the team dynamics even if Naruto's scenario played out. He was often the one person who they all could depend on when Kakashi wasn't around. It kind of pisses me off that you are talking about being Chunin and I'm not part of the conversation. And I know. Sakura glared at Naruto, if I say something, you're only going to laugh at me. I'm not that cruel, Sakura. You too can dream. You might find someone of your skill is very respected in Iwa. Very funny, Naruto. Naruto laughed. Thought so. And I appreciate your sarcasm. Everyone is in the mood, he said a bit seriously. We are going as a team, but I think when they evaluate, they check individual skill. Either way, you just have to play your part. You never know. You lack in raw power, but you more than make it up for having the brains to function. That might be ace. It is always about how you use what you have. You are smart enough to figure out how best effective your skills and knowledge can be in any situation. You just need to be calm enough to think. Naruto was of course aware that sometimes when faced with overwhelming power, strategy meant nothing. Motivation from Naruto, and he sounded earnest. At least, he didn't completely hate her. Sakura smiled. Perhaps she wasn't too late. But then again, if the two became Chunin, their team were likely to be broken up. If they progressed, they would be doing solo missions, and might even end up taking teams. Teams were not permanent. There was a point of separation. That worried Sakura, but she buried those worries and focused on the positives. "Thank you," she mumbled. "Kakashi-sensei, are you sure she isn't an imposter? This is making me feel uncomfortable." "You're going to make her return to normal," Kakashi cautioned with a smile. "I find it refreshing. It is good for the team spirit. As long as it wasn't just lip service." Naruto glanced at Sakura and then looked ahead. What had changed? Sasuke telling her off? There was no need to force issues, she only had to let things flow naturally. The most important thing is being considerate about others. If you don't think I can make it to Hokage, say it. You just don't have to be ignorant and irrational in your reasoning. I tell Sasuke whatever I want. He understands why I say the things I say. He never says thank you even if I save his life, but that is fine. He is Sasuke. Sakura glanced between her teammates and then looked ahead. If you didn't know anything, you'd say Naruto often bullied Sasuke. The same about her. He was harsh and cold when he wanted to be. Was he saying it wasn't because he hated either of them? The same was with Ino. Her friend could say some of the things that came out of her mouth and Naruto would still just laugh it off. Was it the intent behind the words? Every village was unique. The buildings, the way the people lived. Perhaps it had to do with the weather conditions of all villages. Indeed, this was literally the elemental nations. The earth was truly earth. The fire country just made things a little sideways because there were no columns of flames just bursting out from the earth like hot springs. It wasn't always hot either. One could say, the fire nation was the most normal country out of all other nations. Iwagakure no Sato was truly different from what he'd imagined. First of all, it was massive. He'd expected the leaf to be the biggest, but Iwa was still big. But then again, as history has shown, the nation fought Konoha well enough that it was only the introduction of Konoha's yellow flash that changed the scales of war. Instead of using this new weapon to decimate Iwa, the Sandaime Hokage made the decision to seek out a truce and end the war without a winner. But the scars left by the yellow flash could never truly heal. Just as the scars left by the Kyuubi seemed to worsen with each reminder. "Sensei, how well do you rank Iwa in terms of power? We know there are 5 great nations. But between Kumo and Iwa, which is powerful?" "It is hard to tell," Kakashi replied. "A war usually settled those scores. But Kumo has produced the better shinobi compared to Iwa. Past Raikage have been known for being very powerful. The Sandaime Raikage fought 10,000 men on his own." Naruto whistled. Now that is a man worthy of being hailed. "I should do a study of past Kage," he said in a thoughtful tone. "Are we free to wander about the village? I'd like to explore a little bit. We haven't even found accommodation yet. We should worry about that first." Sakura replied with a stare. "Tired, Sakura? Unlike you, some of us are not stamina freaks." Naruto shrugged. "You're repeating the same thing again," he told her with a look. "You just have to be physically fit. Then again, you're not quite different from Sasuke. Even he lacks physically. Maybe you two are really a match for each other." Maybe for him there was the added benefit of being Uzumaki. But just because he was Uzumaki didn't mean he could surpass anyone. It just meant it was built in him. The likes of Lee pushed their bodies to their limits. Thus, he could admit that they possessed far more physical strength than him. But of course, all around, Naruto could outlive them since his physical qualities came with healing powers that were envied by many. Thinking of this made him hear one of Orochimaru's evil laughter. Honestly, having people stare at him with contempt was much better than being chained in a bed with drugs running loose around his body while Orochimaru ran blood samples and stuck some needles into his body. There had been worse things he saw. At any day, Naruto could choose Konoha over such a cruel world. "I feel like you're picking on me." Naruto smiled and then glanced around the streets. People were moving about their business. But there were stares. It reminded Naruto that Iwa and Konoha had no relationship whatsoever. For a moment, he considered waving his hand at those who stared just to see what would happen. But he shook his head. He didn't want to earn himself enemies that would hunt him and make things difficult than they should be. Maybe. His gaze fell on Sasuke. Told you. Join me. But you said you don't want to join me and pick up extra muscles as it would make you slow. There is nothing wrong with it. The bigger you are, the heavier you are and your body hits much wind pressure. I'm not becoming fat. I didn't say you were. I want fluid and swift movements to match my Sharingan. I don't want a hardened body to fight like an animal. Now, you're insulting my fighting style. You do have a way of fighting at times. Sakura pointed out. Especially when you start throwing explosive tags around. And we are going to see more of them in the exam. Or maybe not. I'll need to behave and use my skills. Naruto put a hand on his chin, thinking. After a second, he shrugged. Why do you use so much of explosive tags when you can fight? She had seen him fight Sasuke on equal ground. Loath as she was to admit it, but Naruto was a skilled shinobi. He just didn't display much of it. It is to make things quick and avoid using unnecessary chakra. Says the person who makes thousands of clones on a whim. That is nothing for me. My jutsu burns too much chakra because of lack of proper mastery. So I try to preserve my chakra when I can. You never know when you have to go big. Sakura didn't think Naruto of all people should be talking about that. Had she even seen him complaining about running out of chakra? He always had something on his tank. On my question, I misspoke. I meant to say, am I allowed to wander about, Naruto said. So, am I? Kakashi knew the question was for him. He didn't worry over something happening. But he didn't want anything happening. While he was smart enough, Naruto had his moments. There was frustrating fact Kakashi could never truly figure out the blonde. A situation that even the Sandaime wrestled with. Yes. But as Sakura said, we need to find a place to stay. I'll go speak to the Tsuchikage to announce our presence then. Why can't we go with you? Kakashi shrugged. We can go now if you want. No issues. It would be a pleasure to meet another Kage. I heard that the Tsuchikage has been around even since the times of the Shodai. Who was book smart between Naruto and Sakura? Well, it would be doing injustice to Naruto's intelligence to call him book smart. Either way, the blonde read his history books. It was something that made him know more than the average Genin. His other silent student didn't care about history. The only thing he cared for was his revenge and ways to become even more powerful. As it was customary, the Kage resided in biggest building within the village. Finding him wasn't difficult. The team headed there. It was busy. Because of the exams, no doubt. But there was no hassle in getting to the Tsuchikage's office. Naruto knew that Tsuchikage was small, but not quite like this. Yet, even in his old figure, you truly knew you were staring at a Kage. Perhaps it came with experience. These powerful people had an aura about them. It wasn't the killing intent. He needed to have such an aura in his prime years. But for that to happen, he needed more strength. Tsuchikage-sama. Kakashi greeted the old man while taking out the invitation the Leaf received. Team 7 from Konoha reporting in for the Chunin exams. Aniki stared at the Jonin for a moment before glancing at the 3 Genin with the man. The 2 males seemed like good shinobi. He looked back at Kakashi and then nodded his head. The Sandaime Hokage must have high hopes if he only sent 1 team. Aniki wasn't being sarcastic either. The man hailed as the professor wouldn't just send only 3 kids to an event such as this. The fact that their sensei was the famous Sharingan no Kakashi spoke volumes. Kakashi smiled. Well, the others were not ready, he said. Aniki snorted. The exams start in 3 days. We have prepared a place for all competitors. The expense of course will be to your village. When we are ready to begin, you will be called. Of course. Aniki called someone and a kunoichi appeared in the office. Show them where they will be staying until the games begin. Once out of the office, not minding the kunoichi with them, Naruto spoke. And I thought the Sandaime Hokage was hold. The Sandaime Tsuchikage has been alive for a long time now. But he is still strong. Even I wouldn't want to fight him. I suppose that is the reason he remains Tsuchikage, Naruto said in thought. Once they were shown their place, Kakashi took out both Naruto and Sasuke. Sakura was dead asleep anyway. And she was not suitable to this kind of mission. Her observation skills when it came to shinobi matters were non-existent. Sasuke could be ignorant of such things at times, but Kakashi believed if tasked, he could do it. With Naruto, he didn't have to worry. For as long as he has to live, looking over his shoulder was a way of life. Naruto was always aware of where he was because of his situation, and that made him ideal for this kind of mission. Both of you, listen very carefully because I won't repeat myself and we won't ever have this conversation again. Unlike Konoha, Iwa didn't have mind readers. They just had shinobi who could torture you to either death or singing like a bird. Naruto looked toward the busy streets, an expressionless mask on his face. We must be shinobi, it seems. Sasuke glanced at the blonde and then at Kakashi. What is that supposed to mean? I forget you only show your genius when it is convenient. You should use your head more. This narrow-mindedness of yours diminishes your thinking capacity that sometimes it is difficult to tell you from Sakura. Sasuke glared at Naruto. Lately, Naruto has been sharp with his words and Kakashi just acted as if he didn't hear anything, most of the time. It annoyed him just to think he was getting lectured by this damn person. Glare at me if you must. But that is the truth, and until you change, you won't show much of that genius of yours unless we are in battle. I do not appreciate you talking to me like a child. Well, Sasuke, if you acted different, I wouldn't have to hold the stick. Kakashi clapped his hands. That's enough. He didn't have issues with Naruto telling Sasuke the hard truth. If the Uchiha was going to listen, it would be from Naruto. And besides, Naruto judged the situation well. Though, he didn't think this was the right time. Unless Naruto just wanted Sasuke to be frustrated through the whole exam. There was that deceptiveness that Naruto displayed on occasions. You must know that Konoha does not share a good relationship with this village. There has been rumors that Iwa has been building its military power over the past years to prepare just in case another war springs. Iwa also has a history of invading other villages if it deems it necessary for its security. What do we have to do? Don't ask questions. Just keep your eyes and ears open. When we leave, you will give me a report on what you observed. Iwa has 2 Jinchuriki. If you hear anything, keep it in mind. Kakashi replied in a hardened tone. Avoid causing too much trouble with Iwa shinobi. There is a feeling you might be targeted. Either way, don't be extreme about the way you go about things. Kakashi stared at Naruto. Why are you looking at me? Sasuke is the cold-hearted one. Sasuke scoffed. I have seen you fight when you're way too happy. You're brutal, just as you are in training. Like you just slap your opponents, Naruto replied with a wave of his right hand. I'll be careful. This was the kind of stage he could use to fully test his use of Mokuton in a large-scale battle. Naruto wasn't going to miss the chance. He would dance and showcase his power. And there would be no thanking that snake bastard despite what the Sandaime Hokage might say. Good. And watch out for Sakura. In this types of exams, you're usually alone. Your sensei don't accompany you and we can't interfere. So anything happens. Death you mean? Yes. Well, even amongst Genin, there are those with warped views. Some may even pretend to be Genin when in the exam. Naruto grinned. A good thing we are not normal Genin, isn't it, Sasuke? Sasuke shared Naruto's grin. Yeah. Kakashi shook his head. Protect each other. I don't want to lose any of you. We are a team. We will look after each other. Even Sasuke isn't going to abandon a teammate. At least if Itachi doesn't appear. Why do I get the feeling you just said that with a different agenda? Sasuke demanded with narrowed eyes. Naruto smiled. No. I don't think so. I'm certain I was just vouching for your compassion as I believe Sensei might have reasons to doubt it. Root hideout. The last time Orochimaru was within the leaf, it was a fruitful time. He got his hands on the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. Danzo most likely exploded in anger when he learned someone he viewed as a weapon had been kidnapped and could be used against the leaf. It would have happened. But Naruto had been stubborn. He would not break no matter what. Even tempting his anger toward the leaf over its hatred of him had not yielded glory for him. It seemed his hatred of him was even greater than that of the Hidden Leaf's villagers. In any case, he had gotten his hands on a good specimen. A pity he'd lost not. But not his research. There were still some outstanding things that needed his close eye to see if they would work out. It was always pleasant being back here. He could reminisce about the good old days he used to conduct experiments with Danzo. The kids were so close. And sometimes Danzo even provided for him. Things worked well for both of them. Until he was discovered. Had Hiruzen made him Hokage, things wouldn't have come to this point. Orochimaru. Danzo. Orochimaru grinned. You getting old. Pretending to be crippled is not making you look good. But deception has always been your forte. Is there any point to what you just said? I suppose not. Orochimaru shrugged carelessly and then continued grinning. I was surprised when I received your message. I sent a message to you years ago. You've just been ignoring me. Danzo considered having his shinobi attack the Sannin. He could always say he had lured Orochimaru here to close any suspicions. But doing so would result in losses. He didn't want to lose any shinobi. Not when things were heated. But it was without a question that Orochimaru had to be removed from existence. He was a threat to Konoha's assets in Naruto and Sasuke. Danzo would even consider hiring the Akatsuki if things became too dangerous for them. I was busy with a couple of things. But now I have some free time. Danzo doubted this much. Orochimaru was only here because there was something he wanted. What do you want, Orochimaru? Aren't you the one who called me? That has long passed. Stop acting like you have no agenda. Kukukukuku, Orochimaru giggled. I suppose I do. Do you still have interest in becoming Hokage? There is nothing for me to discuss with you on that. You have become an enemy of the Hidden Leaf. Don't be like that, Danzo. We once worked well together. Remember when we ran the orphanage and conducted some useful missions for Root? You were still a loyal tool then. But you got caught. At least I didn't tell anyone that you were also involved in kidnapping the children. But then again, as Sensei couldn't do anything against me, he probably wouldn't have done anything against you. Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Are you angry that I almost got away with Konoha's Jinchuriki? No. Danzo shook his head. I must thank you for making Naruto what he has become. His use of Mokuton far surpasses that of your other experiment. You have created a powerful weapon for us. We must thank you for this. But your role is done, you are to never step closer to either Naruto or Sasuke. I wonder, Danzo. Did you betray me by telling Konoha of Naruto's whereabouts? You and I still had contact then. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Ridiculous. Him betray Orochimaru? The Sannin had obviously grown too comfortable in his power. He was merely a tool to be used. Being discarded wasn't treachery. It was merely the natural flow of things. Have you come here for that, Orochimaru? No. There was something I wanted to check. But I didn't expect to hear some Jonin talking about Konoha's willingness to go to war with me by going as far as to seek the destruction of my village. Did you have something to do with this? Surprisingly, Hiruzen thought of this himself. I believe he decided that as long as you live, you'd always be a threat. Besides, you crossed a line with Naruto. Kukukuku. As if you didn't cross it either. I wanted a good specimen to experiment on and you wanted Naruto to become the weapon. So you helped me take him, on the deal that you would save him yourself and then he would belong to you. But Sensei's reaction was far stronger than we both expected. I do not know what you're talking about, Orochimaru. And I would appreciate it if you didn't come back here. The next time you do, I will not be kind. Kukukuku, Orochimaru laughed. Does matter if you do? If some information managed to find its way to Sensei's ears and evidence that we have indeed been in contact, what do you think he will do? You would frame me? A play from your book. This has been your tactic all along. I can use it against you. If you continue to talk, Orochimaru, I will not turn a blind eye. Leave and never show yourself before me and I will not play any role when Konoha hunts you down. Kukukuku. As you wish, Danzo. But if any of your agents follow me, I will slaughter them. Danzo narrowed his eyes. Threats from Orochimaru? He took them seriously. But it didn't mean that he would stop doing what he thought was best for the Leaf because he was threatened. Obviously, with Konoha now resolved to get rid of the Sannin, working with him would only cause him problems. With how Hiruzen has been doing things lately, if it was ever discovered that he was working with the man, it would not end well for him. There were benefits, but this was the best option for him at this case. There is no need for me to do anything. Your time is limited. Hiruzen is only doing what he should have done long ago. If things become a little too bothersome that I'm not able to freely move, you will also suffer the same fate. I'm doing you a favor right now, Orochimaru. It wouldn't take much for me to alert the village of your presence. Who do you think in the village can take me on? Orochimaru asked arrogantly. I heard your former teammate, Tsunade, is within the village. With her, Konoha would have more than enough power to kill you. Kukukukuku, Orochimaru laughed. I've already achieved what I wanted. But let me ask you a question, Danzo. Do you think Mokuton is the only thing I gave Naruto-kun? Here is a better question, do you think I gave Naruto Mokuton? Danzo narrowed his eyes. Mokuton was only discovered because Orochimaru had already been making Naruto train in it. But there were no notes or anything else. He dreaded the thought that Orochimaru allowed Naruto to be taken because he was done with his experiments. But what else could the Sannin have done to Naruto? What did you do? Kukukaku. Orochimaru turned away from Danzo. You'll find out eventually. Naruto might even be my sleeper agent. He does possess hatred towards the leaf. I saw it with my own eyes. Whenever the leaf was brought up, he did get angry. He even destroyed one of my hideouts. I had to find a way to keep the Kyuubi's chakra suppressed to avoid any more accidents. Red alert. Danzo took note. Naruto's loyalties have always been in question. But what do you mean when you say you may not have given Naruto Mokuton? I didn't say that. I merely asked question. The inference being? Make what you wish of it. What really did you come here to do, Orochimaru? I just came to check up on you. And thought maybe you still wanted to become Hokage. If so, I was willing to help you out. But Orochimaru waved his right hand, grinning madly. Iwaigakur. Naruto had his hands folded across his back, an expressionless mask spread across his face as he walked along the busy streets. A certain Uchiha was stalking him from behind. He wondered why Sasuke was even following him. Bored, maybe. It was almost laughable that the loner preferred to stalking him rather than doing what he did best, brooding in some dark corner. Then again, Sasuke was smart enough to recognize that this was not their home. This was an enemy village and anything could happen. Sometimes, that head of his did work. But it was fine that way. Where would he be if the Uchiha's genius was always on display? The streets were crowded. Many people bursting in for the exams. He could see different headbands. Civilians even took the time to travel. But honestly, what was there to watch in the hidden rock? Even when there were people wandering about the village, Naruto's senses told him he was being watched. He couldn't pinpoint where the eyes were located. But he could sense it. Having lived under the microscope for so long had taught him valuable survival instincts. Any reason you're following from behind? Sasuke glanced at him and then increased his pace a bit. No. A flat yet not so cold answer. He'd thought things would be a little tense after what he'd been saying earlier. Sasuke held grudges. Naruto knew that much. But he wanted the Uchiha to think more deeply than he permitted himself. I think we are being watched. Best be on our best behavior. If Konoha and Iwa are not allies, it is only natural that they keep an eye on us. Unless, of course, they found out. You do know that shinobi are trained to read lips? Would it make any difference if they knew? Do they know? That we don't know. Then caution is necessary. Naruto looked up to the sky and then stopped for a moment before continuing to walk. Have you ever thought about the elemental nations and shinobi wars, Sasuke? What does it have to do with anything? Naruto scoffed. Ignorance will be your undoing one day. It is nonetheless hardly surprising. You did say your only objective is to kill Itachi. Don't mention his name. You'll trip? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow. You need to get hold of your emotions, Sasuke. You'll sell your soul to the devil just to kill him with that attitude. Would that be wrong? He took away everything from me. If I can kill him, I will do anything. Even stabbing me, your only friend in the back? Sasuke did not respond to this. You know, you are not the only one who knows hatred. Everybody knew a bit of hatred. The emotion was powerful. It could easily corrupt and taint anyone. Even a saint. If Naruto said years of abuse and torture didn't taint him with hatred, he would be lying. There were many things he hated. But he knew, having once lost control in one of Orochimaru's hideouts, that he could easily lose his life. And he had dreams. He had ambitions. He wanted to live a long life. He didn't even consider dying to get away from misery. If things don't change, there were options for him to change his story. That is why he could not allow himself to be ruled by negative emotions. Don't pretend to understand my hatred, Naruto. You do not know the feeling of having everyone you love taken from you by your only brother. Naruto was a little surprised that Sasuke's tone was a little measured. It was cold, but he was not shouting. There was that glare. I have always told you that I cannot claim to say I know your pain. I've not had anyone taken away from me. My parents died before I could say mother or father. Before I could even learn to love them. But you know what, there are many people who lost their loved ones because of the QB. And so often, they look at me with the same eyes as you take whenever you think of killing him. And I think sometimes you are no different from them. Personally, I don't think there is anything wrong with wanting to punish your brother. But your hatred does not drive you forward. It limits you. You lose control easily and act recklessly. You attacked even Orochimaru without thinking twice. Had it been someone who wanted to kill you, he would have done so. And pathetically, you'd have seen death without even getting a whiff of Itachi. Sasuke glared. The blonde was right. But it didn't mean he was simply going to follow those ideas. Like he said, he had not gone through what he has gone through to act differently. Even so, he knew, attacking Orochimaru like that would have been disastrous if the Sannin wanted to kill him. But what could he do? He gritted his teeth in frustration. The anger in him just could not be satiated until he was holding Itachi's corpse. I have been hated all my life. My parents murdered by the thing everyone hates. Yet, you don't see me losing my marbles like a madman. You enjoy this. Of course, I do. It is always pleasant seeing you squirm with your uncontrollable emotions. But that is only because I want you to get used to it. If I was like you, I'd have already murdered a couple of people in Konoha. But I can control myself. Have you ever seen me lose it? Even when there were reasons to kill Orochimaru. The blonde had admitted it that there was no one he hated more than the Sannin. And although he was seething, he had kept it ground. Sasuke decided to change the subject. You hardly talk about your parents. But I thought you didn't know them. Naruto stopped and then faced the Uchiha. I see. Orochimaru told me while attempting to tempt me. I must admit, I resigned myself to it, but I was saved, he said in a bitter tone. Maybe if tell you, you will understand me a little and realize that I have reasons to be angry, but unlike you, I have control of myself. What? Naruto leaned on Sasuke's right ear and then put a hand over his mouth. I'm the son of the Yondaime Hokage. My father died to protect Konoha. But look at how they treat me? Shouldn't I wish for their deaths, or maybe even consider releasing the QB and then force them to sacrifice themselves to save Konoha, knowing what would happen afterwards? Would they sacrifice themselves and their children? They've spat on my sacrifice. My parents' sacrifice. Sasuke stared at Naruto's back. The blonde was now walking away. He moved to catch up to him. Naruto's father was the Yondaime Hokage? Sasuke wanted to laugh, a bitter laugh. Who would have thought? It wasn't that impressive that Naruto was the son of a famous man. No, the ludicrous part was that the villagers were spitting on his father's sacrifice. Ungrateful. I wouldn't have come back if I were you. Sasuke admitted in a quiet tone. Me and you are fundamentally different people, yet with similar experiences. I just hope that the day comes when we can truly understand each other. Because I do not think I can have a better friend than you. Naruto paused. Actually, I take it back. I can certainly do better. Sasuke glared. You're my only friend, Sasuke said in a whisper. You must really hate it when you see other parents playing with their children. And then look at you with hatred while knowing that the only reason they are playing like that is because of your father. You never experienced family because your father sacrificed it for Konoha. They are only happy and alive because of your father. Naruto's expression became cold for a second before he slapped his right cheek. That kind of look frightened people. I used to use Seath all right. Sometimes I wish I didn't know about my father. It would have made things better. But I dislike living in ignorance, he sighed, pausing to gather his thoughts. I just don't want to be controlled by anger. I don't want to continue to live in misery. I have dreams, and I want to see to them. Do you hate them for it? Naruto glanced at Sasuke and then smiled. What do you think, Sasuke? Unknown location. Should you really keep that eye of yours activated? Kisame asked Itachi. I really do not want you to die before giving me a good fight. Itachi only glanced at the infamous criminal and then back at the stream of water in front of him. He stared at his reflection. Life took turns that no one truly plans for. He would have been a great shinobi for the leaf. Well, he still was. But he was forced to watch his beloved village from afar because of the blood he had to spill, for its safety and future. He was merely looking forward to the day Sasuke grew and then faced him. The time was not now. There were still things to do. Yet he worried if he would have enough time. Any day now, the Akatsuki could track down all Jinchuriki and they would have to move. The leaf would be in trouble, and he would have to act decisively. But more importantly, the man named Madara was showing an unhealthy interest in Sasuke and now looked at him with suspicion. It was a situation that could prove both fatal for both him and Konoha. There are many things to worry about, Kisame. You're my partner. Don't want anything happening to you. Of course, there was the order to keep watch of the Uchiha. However, he did consider Itachi as his only friend. They got along. And there was that understanding between them. We should move to a closer distance just in case something happens. We have already been given our assignment. Kisame spoke once more. I was thinking we could go and test it out. Jinchuriki are supposed to be powerful. We can't do that. It is not yet time. If we act now, we alert the others of our agenda and the hidden villages will take protective action. Kisame grinned. It would just make things interesting. Itachi glanced at the man for a moment. There is somewhere I wish to visit tomorrow. Where? Iwagakure. What is happening there? Chunin exams. Sasuke is there, I want to observe his progress. And see if his Sharingan has evolved. That means the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki is also there. I should go with you. You'll just cause unnecessary troubles. That is a little cold, Itachi. He knew Kisame was joking, but it was true that he would cause trouble if they went there together. In his thirst for battle, there was no telling what the man would do. Either way, that wasn't exactly his reason. He just wanted to go alone. There were personal matters he needed to solve and Itachi didn't need to know. Regardless of where you were, the night was the same. Humans were the same. They stalked through the night. The stars dazzled through the heavens. There was nothing but peace there. So often, he wanted to reach out to it, but there was no going there. It was an impossible dream. Yet the fact that it was visible even when he was away from home just made him think that perhaps it was possible. As he'd come to learn, abilities do limit people, but sometimes, it was the imagination that limited people. Jutsu starts with imagination. Once we imagine things, we can try to give them physical form. But without thoughts, nothing would come to pass. Naruto trailed off in his thoughts, sensing a presence before he could hear footsteps. They were almost soundless. His narrow eyes turned behind, it was Kabuto. His expression came cold. The nightlight seemed to even make things worse. The man was wearing a sound headband. To think he'd dare show himself here when they already knew he was Orochimaru's guard. You don't have to look at me like that, Naruto-kun. Like that? This scum has stood before him while cutting him up and injecting needles in his veins. He had experienced pain so worse than the emotional turmoil he'd suffered in the hands of Konoha's villagers. It had been torture. And he knew, he wasn't the only one who suffered. At least, he hadn't turned into a hideous monster. No, most likely if Orochimaru had more time with him or if he was done with what seemed to be of interest to him, he would have either tried to clone him or just conduct more experiments that would have turned him into something that could no longer be called human. There is no better look aside from contempt. I'm holding myself from lunging at you right now. Kabuto chuckled lightly. Well, you have better self-control than Sasuke-kun. Perhaps it is experiences. Sasuke-kun can be called a child. And you an adult. He is a child. Indeed. Leave me alone, Kabuto. I would rather not lose my control because you are standing before me or have someone see me with you. I can imagine Konoha doubting your loyalty. Kabuto smiled. Thinking maybe they could use this strategy. It would work to drive the blonde away from Konoha. But it wouldn't likely drive him back to them. Which was not what he wanted. Just bear with me for a little while, Naruto-kun. I want to talk to you about something. Naruto glanced at Kabuto through the corner of his eyes. His eyes were just cold. How he loathed even talking to this human, but as always, he had to swallow his contempt and just hope for it to end quickly before he pulled off a Sasuke. The thought at least made him smile wryly as he took his eyes back to the night streets. I would rather not even talk to you as I have nothing to say to you. But it isn't like I can make trouble here. We are far away from home. And Iwagakure wouldn't be that willing to help you out if they were to know that you're the child of the man who tormented them in the Third War. Kabuto replied casually. The threat ever so present. So chilling that those words could just slip out of his mouth. What do you want, Kabuto? Just to talk. You think you'll ever return to Orochimaru-sama if things were ever to become difficult in Konoha? Hell no. I'd rather slit my throat than be around you people. If you were not sickening, I may have even fallen for Orochimaru's temptations. That isn't a nice thing to say about people who saved you and gave you power. Naruto scoffed as he replied in a bitter tone. Nobody asked you. You did what you did for your own interests. I owe you nothing. And don't make a mistake, you did not give me power. He paused, his tone sharpening. Why do I get the feeling that you'd intentionally make things difficult for me by spreading wild rumors? Kukukaku, Kabuto giggled lightly. There was no malice in his voice. At least, at first glance. We are not that cruel. But if Orochimaru really wanted to drive you out of Konoha, he'd do that. The villagers don't even know you were with him. Facts can be twisted slightly to say you left with him before Konoha used force to bring you back. How undesirable. There were many people like Kabuto in the shinobi world. Rotten to the core and cruel like devils. They cared for no one but themselves. Greedy piranhas. They would devour anything before them. As long as it can satisfy their thirst for knowledge and power. Now then. You spent a couple of years with us and we conducted some valuable experiments, but most of it was helped by the fact that we discovered that Yamato had survived. We managed to get samples from him. Kabuto paused, glancing around for a bit before continuing to speak. You survived various trials. Not because you're a Jinchuriki but because you are Uzumaki. I envy the rich life force of the Uzumaki. You have a vitality that no one has. Not the Senju or the Uchiha. It is a pity that these clans have become extinct, isn't it? No. Naruto disagreed just for the sake of it. In any case, the Uzumaki and the Senju are related. Tests have confirmed this much. Your powerful chakra made it simple for you to take in Hashirama's cells without the fear of them threatening to take over your body. But that wasn't the only thing that made it easy. There was one crucial element. Kabuto smiled, a wicked smile. Now, do you think that is the only thing we did to you? Who knows? Don't be like that, Naruto-kun. It isn't fun when you don't play along. You're testing my patience, Kabuto. Such a disagreeable child. Kabuto shook his head with mock disappointment. Do you know about the Sage of Six Paths? No. Unsurprisingly. Do a research about him. Our goal was to see if we could rebuild the power he once held. A pity, we couldn't finish things because Konoha came. Naruto snorted. You let them take me back because you were done and only left the research about Mokuton for Konoha to find. You were either done or did enough. Either way, having Konoha hunt you the way it was made things a little difficult as all its allies had been on alert. He stood up, ready to leave this place. He was annoyed already and slightly foul. Any more of this and he wouldn't want to be held responsible for starting a fight in a foreign land. You've seen the Sharingan and what it can do, right? Orochimaru wouldn't mind giving it to you. He wants to see if you could use it like an Uchiha. Naruto just walked away without responding. The offer stands. And Naruto. There is something else? What? It is possible that Orochimaru didn't give you Mokuton. We indeed injected Hashirama's cells in you. But we didn't know anything. How do you even test it anyway? That is the crucial element that made things simple. We have tried repeating the same experiments on other subjects, but it has ended up in failure. They die. Not you. At this rate, it is likely that one cannot even define Hashirama's cells in your body. Which is why we must have you back, Naruto-kun. We need you back to see what made you so special. Go slit your throat, Kabuto. The following day. The enemy had to suffer. There was no rational person who wished to see their enemy in good health. It was a cold thing, but this was the shinobi world. Kindness was a thing of rarity. Even honor amongst shinobi was unheard of. After all, it seemed that being a true shinobi was having the means to play a dirty game like manipulation and stabbing people in the back. Being shinobi was all about that. Anything such as not striking the enemy while he was down or his back turned against you was the way of the samurai. Shinobi were merciless brutes who blurred lines of good and bad. Right and wrong. Sometimes, you could get confused while thinking about such terms. The best thing was simply to accept that they were in this world and had to abide by its rules. If not, it was a battle to change it. But who had the stomach to wage such a war? While his eyes were closed, sitting in a meditative position, Naruto wrestled with such thoughts. They made a mockery of his intelligence. He was, after all, just deadlocked with no solution coming into play. And his mind couldn't compute anything. Sensing a presence, Naruto's eyes snapped open. He was conscious of that he wasn't home. This was a territory that would not help him. Unlike usual, where he often got so lost in thoughts that he wouldn't even be able to sense someone sneaking or just walking up to him, here, he couldn't afford that luxury. He always had to stand on his toes. Lucky for him, the presence was that of Kakashi. I thought I'd find you training. Not in this place. Would just be revealing too much to other contestants. We are already at a disadvantage as we do not know anything about them. Naruto explained lightly, before shutting his eyes to gather his raging thoughts of ideology. Was it that? Maybe not. Calming your thoughts? Naruto opened his eyes and stared at the Jonin with a raised eyebrow in question. Kakashi, I smiled. I can sense that you're a bit unsettled. Your chakra was giving a bit of an offensive feeling last night. His control over his emotions was not as good as he thought. If he was unconsciously leaking killing intent, it would have been bad for him. Was this situation of Orochimaru troubling him more than he liked? He'd chosen to suppress his contempt of everything, but nothing could stay buried forever. It was fine when nobody talked about it and Orochimaru didn't show himself before him. He couldn't ignore it anymore. Perhaps he was also taking out a bit of his contempt toward his unfortunate situation in Konoha. Either way, he needed to get hold of himself before the exam starts. He didn't want to be burdened by anything. He released a long breath, and glanced up into the clear sky before responding. Yeah. He fell silent, continuing his staring contest with the heavens. After a moment, he looked back at Kakashi with an expressionless mask. I had an unfortunate encounter with Kabuto last night. He said some mean things. Kakashi looked alarmed over the mention of Kabuto. Kabuto is here? Yeah. Representing the sound. Kakashi was silent. Iwagakure wouldn't know anything about Kabuto and his connection to Orochimaru. What did he have to do in this situation? Did he tell that Tsuchikage about it? Just keep an eye on things? But it would be difficult to keep an eye on things during the exams. What did he want? Just to piss me off with worthless temptations. Even went as far as to suggest they'd be willing to make things bad for me in Konoha just to see how I would react. As if things weren't already bad. Naruto replied with a shake of his head, his tone flat and his expression matched this. The idea that he may have had the bloodline of Mokuton before Orochimaru may be interesting to those people, but to Naruto, it made no relevance to anything. This is worrying. I will send a message to Konoha. But did he say anything about Sasuke? No. Still not in the clear. I doubt Orochimaru is here. He could be around just to see how you do in battle. Kakashi tried to make light of the situation. But be cautious. Naturally. Around people like him, you can't afford to blink. The Jonin nodded and whipped out a bingo book. This was given to me earlier in the morning by a shinobi of this village, he said, flipping through pages and then handed it to Naruto. There was the intentional purpose of writing this book. Iwagakure must have probably assumed they would come. Naruto's use of Mokuton wasn't a well-known fact. Hell, even some villagers in Konoha would reject this truth. Naruto stared at the entry. Naruto Uzumaki. Ranking, Genin. Bloodline, Mokuton. Taijutsu, C rank. Ninjutsu, uses Mokuton. Kage Bunshin. No other known ninjutsu capabilities. Bingo book rating, C. It was a small entry and the only thing it made mention of was Mokuton. It seemed to be the only thing that made them give him the rating of C. Either way, they didn't know everything and they were trying to sell him out by advertising Mokuton abilities. A pity for them, he had many more secrets. He wasn't just going to show them, at least not now. Sasuke is also in there. Both of you have been given the same ranking. Kakashi spoke in a serious tone. You may be marked. Which will make things difficult. But unless your life is in danger, you aren't to use the Kyuubi's chakra. He was saying that, but he didn't think that things would go that far. Naruto was skilled. And his partnership with Sasuke meant that even if they came across someone more powerful than them, they would still pull through. Besides, it was not that easy to counter Mokuton, especially if Naruto decided to use some of those deadly jutsu he never uses. Well, it will make things interesting. Naruto grinned. He was feeling a bit frustrated anyhow. Releasing his stress would help him. Hidden Leaf. Tsunade stared at the village gates with an expressionless look on her face. Anger and frustrations bubbled within her. To think she would return to Konoha in this manner. Ridiculous. And Shizune had already been taken away from him. Damn that old man. The guards didn't give her a hard time. Not that she had the expression that welcomed stubbornness. As she strolled through the village streets, heading straight to the old man who forced her into this situation, Tsunade realized not much had changed. The people seemed to welcome her presence with open arms. At least those who saw her walking alone. If she had been in a pleasant mood, she would have waved back, enjoying their love for her. Upon arriving at the Hokage Tower, Tsunade marched. She didn't even knock at the office of the Hokage. She burst the door open and stalked in, ignoring the shinobi who were in the office. The Sandaime met her glare with a warm smile. "Please wait outside," Hiruzen said to the shinobi in front of his desk. "Tsunade won't take long." "Hi." Hiruzen turned to face Tsunade with an expressionless face. Perhaps it was good that she wasn't slamming anything. Her anger tended to be felt by anything standing beside her. Maybe she was holding herself because of respect or whatever was left of it. She had nonetheless returned far sooner than he had expected. Of course, if he hadn't taken Shizune, she would have most likely weathered the storm. There was no fear that she would end up joining any great nation. She would never betray Konoha in that manner. But her continued absence here was always felt. "I haven't seen you in a long time. Age really hasn't seemed to get the better of you," Hiruzen said in a light tone despite his expression. "Can't say the same thing for you." Hiruzen chuckled lightly. "I have lived long enough, burdened by responsibilities of this office." Tsunade moved closer, put a hand on the desk and pressed, cracking the desk. "You had to do it, didn't you?" "Yes. I am the Hokage after all. I must take measures to protect and ensure Konoha's future is stable." Hiruzen replied with a wave of his right hand, leaning back to his chair. "Now you think of being Hokage? Where was that attitude when you let Orochimaru leave Konoha?" A low blow, but Hiruzen took it under the chin without wincing. He didn't expect anything less from Tsunade. She was angry. There was a way she reacted to this anger. But nothing was going to change his mind over what had happened. He made his mistakes and he was living with them. Could he say the same for Tsunade? She fled over his inability to handle the pain of losing those she loved. He lost many, but he was still here. "Buried in my love for him as my student, I suppose." Hiruzen responded casually. "In any case, you are back in the village. I want you to succeed me. But given your mindset, now is hardly the right time to talk to you. In any case, one cannot be forced to take up the mantle. If you cannot take up the position in the hospital and start making plans to train future medical nin. And if I refuse? I didn't come here to do anything. I only returned because it has become convenient. I'm not ordering you to do anything. I'm asking you as your sensei. I will give you 3 months to settle and calm down. If you're not changing, I will order you. Failure to follow such orders will be insubordination." Tsunade picked up the chair in front of the desk and slammed it into a wall before turning away from the Sandaime. "Stop behaving like a child, Tsunade. You're better than this. Not even Minato's child throws a fit like you do. Observe the village, think about things clearly, and when you have done so, come back to me." Hiruzen paused. "Shizune is at the hospital. I suppose I must thank you for training her. But do try not to take much of her time. She is serving her village well at the moment." Naruto nearly jumped when someone poked him on the ribs while he was walking along the streets. He quickly turned around to face the suspect and was welcomed by a laughing woman. "If I had known you'd respond like that, I would have just sent one of my snakes to slip into your pants. I hate those damn creatures. Would have stabbed it until it became mince." Once more, the woman laughed. Naruto stared at the woman who was talking to him as if she knew him. A Konoha headband. A memory flashed in his mind and he then recognized her. "If I'm not mistaken, you're Anko. A pupil or former pupil of that loathsome creature called Orochimaru." Anko raised an eyebrow. The brat surely hated Orochimaru. She grinned as she replied. "The one and only. What are you doing here?" "I was told Orochimaru was after you, so I came." "Just like that?" "Well, I had to flash my panties for the third to let me go." Naruto stared, wondering if she was serious or joking. The third couldn't have done that. Whether Anko would do something like that was debatable. But considering, the Sandaime may be a perverted old man. He was like Kakashi after all. They read the same books. Although, the third was discreet about it. He never did it publicly, unlike Kakashi. Seeing his look, Anko laughed and then leaned over. "You want me to flash them for you?" she asked in a chilling tone. "I'd have to kill you afterward. Can't have a brat seeing me." Naruto took a step back from the woman. "Why would you come here because of Orochimaru?" "I can tell when he is closer. And I have a score to settle with that bastard. Naruto raised an eyebrow. That is curious. I know you were treated as suspicious in Konoha because you were his beloved pupil, but I didn't think he was a bastard to you. Considering, you refused to follow him. What did you say? Anko stared. She was surprised at the words the blonde just said. She knew he had been taken by Orochimaru. But that was news to her. Considering that she didn't even remember much about anything when it came to Orochimaru leaving. Naruto realized he said a little too much and then waved his hand. Nothing. Anko put a hand on his shoulder and whispered once more. Ah, come on, Gaki. You and I could get along just fine. After all, we have something in common, Orochimaru. We both hate him. Naruto sharpened slightly. This only meant that Anko knew. But hardly surprising. If she came here, the old man would have told her. I suppose we could. Anko grinned. See? What were you saying about me refusing to go with him? You sound genuinely curious as if you don't know that part. Are you going to tell or not? Naruto sighed. He used you as an example of what happens to people who are known to be associated with him. He pouted, recalling that after he offered you the opportunity to leave with him, you actually refused to do so. He'd been sure you would go with him. You and I are going to get along, kid. But I have dibs on stabbing him to death. Seniority comes first. Then we won't get along. Anko laughed. I'm taking a like of you. Just don't do anything like Orochimaru. I might stab you thinking it's him. Anko halted. She couldn't tell if Naruto was serious or not. This time, Naruto laughed. We will get along, Anko-san. Chapter 7, Mixed Emotions Flashback. You again? Naruto glared at Kabuto. Even though the man was disguised, Naruto knew his scent. He could never mistake the wand of the snake, not this lifetime. What a disturbing bother though. He'd thought he wouldn't have to meet with this problem again. But this visit to Iwagakure was turning out to be a torture. What could he even do in this situation? Naruto had methods to disable Kabuto. After all, while he may lack with the experience, he had the firepower to carry out his dark desires. The only problem was that everything around him would be destroyed. And so, he had no option but just to stomach this presence and hope it went away as quickly as it appeared before him. I was just passing by, Naruto-kun, Kabuto replied with a smile. Pass by already. Today is the day of the exams, I would rather not spend a second longer in your presence. My performance wouldn't be good as you're already ruining my mood. Kabuto laughed. Oh? Perhaps I should stick around, just to see your reactions. Naruto didn't need this. He didn't want it either. He just wanted to do enough to pass and then become Chunin. He didn't want any trouble. Was that too much to ask? Couldn't he be afforded some fresh breath? I'm just kidding. I'll depart. Kabuto then walked closer and then leaned into his right ear before whispering. Orochimaru-sama dug up your mother's remains in Konoha and then used Edo Tensei to revive her. He said to tell you this, perform well, she will be watching, Naruto-kun. Naruto knew about that forbidden jutsu Kabuto had just mentioned. It wasn't the first time this has been dangled in front of him. Orochimaru had once offered to use the jutsu for his sake, to give him a chance to ask the Yondaime why he decided to make him a Jinchuriki. But to think that they would dig up his mother's body just for this cause. Naruto felt his blood boiling. He was angry, so much that a bit of the Kyuubi's chakra started to leak out. He was quick to notice it and quickly cut it off before he caused a scene. Now that was a little frightening. Kabuto slipped away. Anaki stared down at the Genin before him. They were over 100. A little less than what he'd expected. He'd thought other villages would take the opportunity he'd given them to spy on his village, but only the minor villages came. Kumagakure had sent teams, but nothing he could even bother to look at. The reclusive Kiri hadn't bothered. Perhaps its once famous bloodline clans had been wiped out during its civil wars, that it had now become just a normal nation like the rest of them. On that thought, Anaki had no other expression to give than joy. After all, the other villages were not his friends or allies. They were potential opponents in case a war broke out. There had been measured responses lately. And maybe this current generation wasn't going to be quick to jump into the death field. But with Shinobi, a simple glance could ignite the sparks. Yet admittedly, he was rather enjoying these peaceful days they now lived. Konoha had only sent just 3 Genin. An interesting choice, especially given that their sensei was the famous Kakashi no Sharingan. Hiruzen must trust them greatly. Reports did state they were most likely the best in their generation. Either way, they were just brats and Konoha had become weak. It no longer had the mighty Uchiha clan, and the man who forced them into the negotiating table was now dead. Hiruzen was just a shell of his former glory. The situation couldn't be better for Iwagakure. The only niggling problem was Kumagakure. It remained strong, and that bothered him a little. Granted, like them, they too had 2 Jinchuriki. And Kumos were known for being able to fully control the power of their Baijuo. Anaki's lips parted slightly as he let in some oxygen. He shoved his thoughts back and focused on the brats while floating in mid-air, his robes flapping. Some of them were impressed to see a flying shinobi. Then again, he was probably the only one who could fly like this in the shinobi world. I want to welcome all of you to Iwagakure. You have all been sent by your villages to participate in the Chunin exams we are hosting. As you know, each village hosts its own exams. And these exams are usually to show the strength of future generations. You will all be tested to see if you're capable of being real shinobi. Those who make it, will go home to make their villages proud. Those who fail, will walk back with a shame. To all contestants, my best wishes. And with that, Anaki finished speaking. The large number of Genin in this unique village with unique structures suffocated Sakura. The killing intent of many people wore her out to the point where she just wanted to either sit down or just flee. It wasn't anything compared to the murderous intents she's been exposed to while on missions, but here, it was coming from all angles. There was no place to run. She glanced at Sasuke, thinking of him as her shield. But he wasn't focused on her. She couldn't even tell what he was thinking given the indifferent mask on his face. Her other teammate was wearing a look she could only define as stoic. It was a strange mask from Naruto. He also seemed to be much occupied in his thoughts for some reason. Sakura dared not ask what bothered him. Their sensei wasn't around. Sakura had just the 2 of them with her. She knew already, it wasn't going to be easy. Maybe they shouldn't have come here. She'd never voiced such thoughts. If she had, they wouldn't have come, and she was certain Sasuke would have held a grudge against her. Inwardly, she smiled bitterly. When was she going to stop thinking like that? Was it every day that she would move because she was afraid of what her teammates would say? Nervous that much, Sakura? How could someone's voice be stern and yet have some amusement within it? Sakura wondered when Naruto pulled her out of her deep thoughts. Trying to appear strong, she shrugged with a bit of nonchalance. Of course not, she gave him a stare, her tone so firm, she danced inwardly at being able to pull it off. Just a lot more contestants than I would have imagined. Everyone wants a promotion. And to test their skills. I know someone is dying for that promotion. Sakura gave Naruto a sideways glance. Sometimes I think you even like fighting a little too much. Tell that to Sasuke. I've never been the one to provoke fights. While Sasuke ignored them, Sakura almost said it was because Naruto had better control over his emotions and couldn't be provoked that easily. But she bit her lip. She dared not slander her beloved like that. But reality was glared at. Nobody provoked Naruto unless he willingly fell for it. He was the master of his emotions. He didn't have any emotional outbursts. If he did, it was all a play, for his amusement or for some reason. She smiled inwardly. Perhaps her eyes were being opened that she could even admit Naruto's genius like that. Naturally, she'd never utter such words through her lips. Only he deserved her praise. You could have said it, Naruto spoke again with a knowing smile. Sakura glared, wondering if he really read her mind. That was scary, she thought. She shook her head. It was ridiculous. She was going mental. Since when does Naruto read people's minds? He read the situation well, but no one had the power. And even if someone had it, Naruto of all people shouldn't have it, they would all suffer. I must say though, this is quite overwhelming. We are going to have to cut through too many opponents. The boys, girls and even some who appeared to be too old to be Genin surrounded them. Everybody was an enemy. There was no friendly shinobi in this exam. While not everyone was an enemy, everyone was competition and they had to come out on top. They were yet to be told how the exam was going to be structured. The unknown made him a little nervous because he wouldn't have time to prepare. Most of them don't even appear to be worth the challenge, Sasuke said, loud enough just for his teammates to hear him. Even he was smart enough to realize that saying something so loudly would earn them some murderous glares. You never know with shinobi. Deception is part of the trade. Not everything was as it looked. That was one of Kakashi's favorite lines. But I must agree with you. At first glance, it looks that way. I hope we will not be disappointed, he said those words purposefully. Experience had taught him better. Someone is a little too confident. Naruto turned around and then smiled, looking at the black-haired teenager. She was a little older, maybe a year or two older, than him. But he was certain, she was not a Genin. Her Iwa headband gave her away and the vest she wore. Meaning, she had come here because she wanted to speak to them. When one is confident in their abilities, such is the attitude when facing battle. He replied casually, staring deep into her eyes. HMMPH. Kurotsuchi rolled her eyes. Riding on the waves of past glories. It is not our fault that Konoha has always produced the finest shinobi. But we are not banking on that. We are here because we believe in ourselves, and that goes for everyone else who is here. Like I said, a little too confident. Naruto shrugged. Her contempt for them was apparent. If anything, she viewed them as enemies. She was certainly not part of the Genin group, which made her intentions a little curious. Most of us are guilty of that. Naruto's lips twirled slightly, a bit of mischief in his eyes. Of course, when you have been on the top for too long, everything else just looks too small, even taking it seriously feels like a chore. Kurotsuchi glared at Naruto. There was no way he didn't say those words just to piss her off. There was something wrong with the way he spoke. It irked her that he could press her like that. Are all Konoha shinobi like that? Nay. Naruto waved his right hand. I was merely trying to press you. I don't even know what it feels like to be on top. You two know each other? Sakura asked curiously, but the main reason she butt in was because she didn't want Naruto to add to the insults. No. Naruto shook his head. But I believe this is Kurotsuchi. The granddaughter of the Tsuchikage. You're well informed. Not at all. I might have seen you one day. And heard some things. Naruto wasn't going to give himself away just like that. You a participant? This is for Genin. I'm already tuning. Unfortunate. You seem like an interesting person. Would have liked to get to know you a little better. And maybe just see just how strong the Tsuchikage's granddaughter is. As his father stomped on Iwa, maybe he could repeat history. With less blood and death. Kurotsuchi stared at Naruto, trying to figure out if he was joking, but when she realized he was serious, she put on a look of disgust. Am I that offensive? He was asking that in a serious tone, but Naruto wore a sly smile on his lips. It was a smile that made Kurotsuchi a little uncomfortable. She had come here because she wanted to see the Konoha team in person and measure their strength. Anything could happen in the exams, even death. She wouldn't have a problem if they died, if only they were Genin who could prove to be too troublesome for her village soon. To say Konoha was an enemy wasn't too far-fetched. But was she going to admit it like that? Yeah. Ouch. Naruto put on a hurt look and then wiped out an imaginary tear. He then asked. What do we owe for this pleasure? I just came to check on you. I heard Konoha had sent the last Uchiha and a Mokuton user. Came to wish you luck and to say I will be watching you. Don't disappoint me, she said that, and then slipped into the crowd. Why would she be cheering for us? She won't be, Sasuke replied, staring toward the direction Kurotsuchi had disappeared off to. Most likely trying to determine how much of a threat are we going to be for her village. But Iwa and Konoha made a truce. They are not enemies now. Sasuke wasn't going to bother explaining how the shinobi world worked to Sakura. Firstly, because he had no interest, even though he understood it well. Secondly, it was something she should know by now. The two aren't friends either. Naruto replied in Sasuke's silence. Friendship in the shinobi world doesn't mean much. Allies turn on each other. It is merely a matter of convenience. If I think my interests are better accomplished with you, I'll align with you, but the moment I see another opportunity, I will stab you in the back and abandon you. If it serves Iwa, they may even have us targeted by their Genin, Sasuke added. Sakura felt as if she'd just received another load on her shoulder. It made an uncomfortable situation just deadly for her. The danger was that none of her teammates considered even quitting. What was she even thinking? The two quit? They'd rather get beat to a pulp than quit. She smiled. This was what made them her beloved teammates. Well, at least I have you too, Sakura said with a weak smile. Seriously, if she needed guards, there were no other people she'd hire than her teammates. They were the best. Don't go into this thinking like that. You were training as well. We are not always going to have to watch your back. Naruto thought it was unlikely that Iwagakure would do something to have him or Sasuke killed. An action like that would surely result in war with Konoha. But Sakura was irrelevant. Who was going to go to war for a mere girl who was playing kunoichi? She had been training with them, but she still wasn't able to act like a proper kunoichi in the face of danger. We may have to let you experience some hardships if you have to grow, Naruto said in a cold tone, yet there was a smile on his lips. Sakura felt a shiver down her spine as she imagined Naruto abandoning her to face shinobi she couldn't handle with her dear Sasuke nowhere to be seen. Naruto wouldn't go that far, would he? They were teammates and he wouldn't put her life in danger like that. Yes, he wasn't that cruel. He was a stupidly kind person. She turned to Sasuke to see if he supported her thoughts, but he seemed to be considering Naruto's words. Crushed. I won't forgive you if something happens to me. She glared at Naruto, partly because Sasuke's reaction, lack of rather, wounded her emotions. There were many ways to respond to this. In fact, Naruto felt that he was spoilt for options. His silence had nothing to do with the difficulty in choosing the appropriate response that would please Sakura. At this point, he didn't care what she thought of him. It may seem cold, but the worst thing that could happen is your death. Coldly, he asked. Dead people don't hold grudges, now, do they? What are you doing? Sasuke asked him with a stare. Letting my dear teammate know that if she doesn't apply herself and just simply close her eyes because her teammates are going to save her, she will surely die. We are not home. People can die in the exam. Both you and I may be targeted. We won't always be looking over our shoulders for her, Naruto sighed. Perhaps he said something he shouldn't have said. He then smiled. You've changed a little, Sakura. But you need to stop thinking that your efforts don't matter because you have us. Sure, we will watch your back. But you need to stand on your own feet. Be quiet, Kyuchi shouted, elevating himself into the air using a boulder, stretching from the ground. He glared down at the Genin, his killing intent spiked a bit for effect. Even when they became quiet, his gaze did not become soft. My name is Kyuchi and I'm going to be the proctor for this exam. Your villages already know that whatever happens to you, Iwagakure will not be held accountable. If you are afraid to continue after this, you may quit. But know this, if you continue at your own risk. We will not interfere in fights between you as there are no rules against it. We will only get involved if there are outside influences. Can you quit the exam midway? You can. You just have to return to the village. Naruto put on a flat smile. That just sounds threatening. Sakura agreed with him. She could follow what the man was trying to say. And we haven't even heard how the exam is going to take place. Kyuchi was pleased with the chilling effect on the Genin. There were too many of them. Maybe they'd come here because some of them were curious. And other villages haven't been holding exams either. Either way, he did want to cut down the numbers. It wasn't like the exam itself was going to be easy. There are 3 stages of this exam. The first stage will be a test of your survival skills. It will be very short but dangerous. Very few will make it out. The stage will be held through a cave. There are 20 caves in total. Each team is filled with traps and other encounters. If you make it past the cave, you will be allowed to go into the second stage, which is easy. If you cannot make it past the cave, things become simple. Once you make it out of the cave, you will be given a scroll with coordinates to meet someone who will give you a test, and if you pass, they will give you the pass ticket, the final exam. After you have been given the passing ticket, that is when the stage begins in earnest. On the side note, you don't have to take the second stage. But the final stage does require you to have the ticket. There are only 10 tickets available. But if a team excels, and say, manages to defeat at least 10 teams, one of you will be permitted to enter the final stage. How the final stage will be, we will tell you then. 36 hours is all you must complete the first 2 stages. And the countdown starts tomorrow at 8 a.m. You will be given directions to the caves at 12 a.m. midnight. You can go prepare your weapons and consider whether you want to continue or not. There were giggles from murderous teenagers who saw this kind of environment as the perfect place to practice their sadism. There were good reasons to be creeped out by the kind of layout Iwagakure had made. This was just a practice for war. It was too practical, and the danger was too real. There was the chance that one could die from the first trial. Even if you made it through the first one, there were dangers that others would just attack you to get the passing ticket. It was a point someone asked. And the proctor was more than happy to confirm it. Sakura would have to pull her weight, otherwise she was going to be dead weight. The main objective seemed to be to pit teams against each other. There was no other logical explanation for this kind of format. This was truly a hardcore battle meant for real shinobi, and designed to make you fail if you were weak and without luck. This is going to be a lot more difficult than I thought it would be, Naruto said with a straight face. Sasuke didn't seem to share his concerns. The more difficult it was, the more interesting it was for him. He most likely wanted to test himself in battle against different kind of styles. This was going to help him see how far he has gotten. And not to forget, buff up his superiority complex if he was able to assert himself in the battles he would surely fight. That was a problem. But with Sasuke, victory and defeat held negative consequences. I prefer it this way. A smirk across his lips. He then added with caution. We will have to be careful though. Sakura was torn. It was obvious they were going to be fighting other teams. And if they don't get the passing ticket, they would be forced to defeat 10 teams. That was an awful ask considering they just had 3 days to complete the tasks. She could not possibly suggest they sit this one out. She would be kicked out of the team. She had to pull her weight. She had to show that she has improved. Of course, you'd like it this way. I don't want unnecessary dangers. Challenges are welcome but they must be controlled. Not to mention, he'd seen Kabuto. Chances were that Orochimaru could stick out his ugly face and then try to whisper nice things into Sasuke. Or him. If the Sannin attacked them, they would be at a massive disadvantage. Even if the snake did nothing, but was already feeling itchy because of what Kabuto told him. Don't tell me you've gotten all scared? Sasuke asked in a mocking tone. Normally, Naruto would have indulged Sasuke. But he was in a slightly bad mood. I'm going to spread around to check which teams to avoid in the exams and maybe learn a couple of things about others. I will see you later. He waved his right hand, walking away. Is he okay? Sakura asked. Sasuke merely shrugged and turned away, forcing Sakura to run after him. The scroll containing directions to 2 of the 20 caves had been delivered past midnight as promised. But they had realized as morning arrived, some teams had already departed even before countdown started. Maybe they too should have sneaked in behind the rules. None had been wiser. At least with things done this way, not all teams would be going to the nearest cave. The only teams going into caves they were not allocated with the bloodthirsty junkies who just want to eliminate the competition before they even get to the passing tickets. Isn't it cheating? Sakura asked of the teams who'd already left. You weren't listening yesterday. Sakura did not talk back because it was Sasuke who told her. They did it purposefully. The proctor said we would receive the directions after 12 a.m. and the countdown would begin at 8 a.m. But he never said we had to begin at 8 a.m. Naruto frowned. Stupid. How could they have not read in between the lines? If others have already gone in, shouldn't we rush? Their pace was slow. But Naruto didn't think it was necessary. It was still past 9 a.m. and they had maybe 3 more hours of travel if they were going by this pace before they arrived at their destination. It is unlikely they entered the caves during the night. It was dark and the caves are said to have traps. Nobody is stupid enough to walk into a death trap in the dark. And if they were stupid enough to go in and still make it, then it is likely that they are a team we should avoid, for now at least. For now, Sasuke didn't care if he had to run from other teams. The main importance was getting the pass ticket. If they got held or wasted energy fighting, they would either fail or be left at a disadvantage if the final exam begins the moment they arrive back to the village. There was no telling they could defeat 10 teams in time. The safest bet was to make haste in getting the passing ticket. But we cannot forget that there are only 8 pass tickets. Defeating 10 teams seems like the easiest option. Nobody knows if we are going to arrive first, Naruto said. I disagree with that. Naruto raised an eyebrow. You do? Our priority has to be getting the ticket. I'm sure other teams won't be rushing to get the passing tickets. They'll choose to fight. That just means many will be eliminating each other. We can find room to sneak ahead in the chaos. Once we have a passing ticket, we can do as we like. Sure, our pass before fooling around, huh? Naruto smiled. Very good, Sasuke. And if we don't find it? Plan B. Acceptable. The terrain was just decorated by boulders and lifeless mountains. But it wasn't as breathless as the environment in the Wind Country. That place was treacherously hot and inhumane compared to the Fire Country. But this place gave them an advantage. Nobody was just going to attack them out of nowhere unless it was shinobi from Iwa. The long walk was silent. They were careful not to come across any teams. But hardly there was any team who were actively hunting. It was a requirement to get through the first exam. Once teams make it through the cave, they would start attacking indiscriminately. Sasuke raised a hand and then jumped onto a boulder. It was an entrance to the cave. There was a Genin standing guard. What? Were they trying to stop others from going through? Looking at it, Sasuke couldn't see where the end of it was. It was only an entrance. It could be miles long or even deep. There is someone standing guard. Then there definitely are others somewhere close. What do we do? Well, we are already behind. And we don't know how long it will take for us to clear the cave. Let us just move into it. But cautiously. Sakura took a deep breath and then calmed her nerves. She needed to be strong and not waver. Because this was it. The exam was going to begin now in earnest. And she had to play a part. Kakashi-sensei wasn't around and everyone else was their enemy. Attacks could come from any angle and she had to respond to it. How do we go about it? Naruto asked, now standing beside Sasuke, looking at the guarded entrance. The cave was underground. They were just going in blind. Without any exit visible, they couldn't set out there to interrogate those who make it out. Sakura will go and talk to that person. We will be on the lookout for his other teammates. Sound choice. Naruto nodded in agreement. He then turned to face Sakura. Take the lead, Sakura. What if it was a trap? What if the moment she walked up to him, she was attacked, or others attacked Naruto and Sasuke? The thoughts ran rampant and Sakura remained frozen. But her teammates didn't move an inch. They waited for her. After a minute, she steeled herself and then stepped forward. Sakura felt like she was taking giant footsteps even though she was going as slowly as she possibly could. As she grew closer, the dark pit they had to eventually dive in didn't frighten her as much as the teenager who turned to face her, grinning as he did. Her heart was throbbing. She tried to hide her fear, but she couldn't. It probably just gave her away and amused the teenager. He was bigger than her. He could easily beat her up. No, she was already beat at this stage. I can smell fear and piss all the way from here. He was mocking her. Wait till Sasuke-kun appears and beats you up, she wanted to yell. But her fears kept her lips shut until he spoke again. Where are your teammates? He didn't move an inch and kept his eyes on her. The cave was just behind him. It didn't look like there was anyone hiding anywhere closer. She let loose of a short breath and then responded. Where are yours? Exploring. What? You stupid? I take offense in that. Shut the hell up and answer my question. If you want to live, that is. From this range, I can get the jump on you before your teammates get to do something. They are obviously hiding in the rocks. Sakura refused the perverse urge to look at where her teammates should be. To be honest, she'd not thought those two would completely disappear on her. She couldn't sense them. But she knew they were behind. Even when the devil whispered to her right ear that Naruto had convinced Sasuke to abandon her, she refused to take the bait, knowing Naruto would never do that. As much as she was loath to admit it, her beloved Sasuke would be the first to try to abandon her before Naruto even entertained the idea. Yeah. They are hiding in the rocks. Tell them to come here. We don't want any trouble but have a proposal, he said, removing his kunai pouch and then placed it down. See, I won't attack you. Sakura snorted. I'm not that stupid. A kunai isn't the only weapon for a shinobi. I may well be standing on a trap. The shinobi grinned, his head tilted to the side. Sakura felt a cold chill down her spine. That could be true. We could have set up traps. We did arrive late night after all. Sakura held out her right hand. It was not according to plan, but she judged that the others may be inside the cave already. So, there was no need for her teammates to be hiding. She hoped she was right and not walking them into a trap. Within a couple of seconds, Naruto and Sasuke made their appearance known. Naruto appeared happy, smiling for some unknown reason while Sasuke was his usual stern self. You must be part of the teams that left midnight. Apparently only 4 teams were assigned to this cave. Well, that is as far as we managed to get anyway. I'm Takao, by the way. Takao introduced himself in a measured tone. Naruto watched the teenager. He was probably about 15 years old. There was nothing in his expression that gave anything away. However, Naruto had been around liars and snakes long enough to know one. There were obviously some hidden intentions here, but he did not let it show. There are 20 of these. Naruto didn't feel like sharing his name. The teenager hadn't asked. So, there was no need to tell. Your teammates inside? Yes. But they haven't gone far. We came across some difficulty and we decided not to proceed any further. There is nothing discouraging us from working with another team until we make it out for the cave. Naruto beamed. I was afraid of going in there without anyone, he exclaimed. This is going to be of help. We were also worried about the traps that may lay in there. They are as deadly as the proctor made them out to be. But with another team, it is more ears and eyes. We can make it through. By that you mean you agree with us? Well. Naruto showed the man a foxy grin. Why not? If you don't plan to walk us into a trap while saving your teammates, we don't have any reason to be fearful. Takao laughed. There is nothing like that. We genuinely considered things and thought it best. I'll take the lead and we will talk more once we get to my teammates. Of course. Naruto noticed Takao was leaving his pouch behind. There was no way that wasn't intentional. He smiled. You missed your pouch. Ah, sorry about that. He replied, turning to pick up his pouch. Once he'd done so, he gave them his back and then asked. I didn't get your names by the way. We didn't give them. Can't blame you for being cautious. Kakashi walked into the Tsuchikage's office with one thought in mind, and that was to protect his students. Others may not worry that much, but he carried valuable assets to the Hidden Leaf, and they needed to be protected at all costs. He didn't think anyone could manage it, but something could go wrong. Especially with the exams happening outside the village and the Jonin being told to avoid interference. Failure of which would result in the immediate suspension of their teams. The office was crowded with shinobi. A busy day. The final was to be held in a coliseum. There would be many people coming from the outside to be of witness to the next generation. Aniki gave him a stern look. Make it quick. As you can see, I'm busy. Kakashi was hardly ever serious, but the situation compelled him. Forgive me for intruding like this, Tsuchikage-sama, but I am concerned about my students. Everyone is concerned about their students. If you didn't think they could handle it, you should have pulled them out. Kakashi shook his head. That is not the worry. He would not boast. But both Naruto and Sasuke were already Chunin level shinobi. If Naruto even went all out, he could make trouble for even a Jonin. Mokuton was highly powerful in that way. I'm listening. Sasuke is the last of the Uchiha in Konoha. And he has been converted by Orochimaru. We have reason to believe that Orochimaru may try to abduct Sasuke as he tried before. I want to be near to stop such from happening. He couldn't really use Naruto. Not when he could reveal some secrets. We have proctors who can oversee the exam. I have already stated the importance of Sasuke. And Orochimaru isn't just a normal shinobi. He is a Sannin. Surely even you understand his power. Aniki glared at Kakashi. Even to this day, there was no shinobi in the stone who had gained the same kind of recognition as the students of Hiruzen. If Orochimaru was like Jiraiya, there was no denying his power. But this was not his problem. It was Konoha's problem. Konoha should have decided to handle its missing nin before. Aniki replied in a flat tone. Are you saying that you can handle him? Kakashi shook his head. I cannot. Orochimaru is too powerful. Then what is the point of you going? While I cannot defeat him, I can do enough to keep him from my students. Sacrifice? Aniki snorted. Well, those two may be more valuable than your own life. But not now. In the future, they can become better shinobi. Of course, nothing like Hashirama or Madara. If he thought that, he'd ensure Orochimaru took them or they were killed somehow. They would only become problems for him in the future. Kakashi would not dare tell the Sandaime Tsuchikage that Naruto held ambitions to surpass even the Shodai Hokage, and what he knew was nothing compared to what the blonde could do with his Mokuton. Will you give your permission? No. No sensei is permitted to enter the exam grounds. Your team will be disqualified if you go anywhere near. However, I will have my trusted shinobi watch over them. If something happens, you will be informed. That was the best he could get. Kakashi took it gracefully. Thank you. He departed without another word, and once outside, he let loose of a long breath. He was really hoping that nothing was going to happen. He could have stated that Kabuto was in the village, but that would have created more problems. And put them in question. No doubt, the shinobi Aniki was going to send would firstly be there to take notes. Shielding his team would come secondary. He doubted they'd even do anything aside from sending him a message. At which case, he may already be too late. Aniki would be blameless. Who could expect his shinobi to take down a Sannin? So, to use his words against him. This was truly not an ideal situation. Sensing something, Kakashi disappeared in a swirl of leaves and appeared on top of a building. Unlike the roofs of the Hidden Leaf, this was all mud. It wasn't strange. Kakashi had seen it before. Jiraiya-sama? The man was under a henge. It was difficult to notice, but he could make a guess. Jiraiya nodded. Troubled? Kabuto is around and there is a chance that Orochimaru may also be around. Over his dead body, was Jiraiya going to allow Orochimaru to take Naruto again? He'd failed once and he would not fail again. Hell, this time, his corpse would even haunt his former friend if he made such a move. It was good that he'd come here. Of course, the situation could have been avoided if they didn't come for the exams, but that would just be standing in the way of their growth. It was this situation that would help them grow stronger. In a serious tone, he asked. Were you denied permission to be closer? Yes. That is always the problem when you are not home and in a village that sees everyone as competition. Jiraiya shook his head. I will go look for them. He said they could be disqualified if we go closer? Oi! Who do you think you're talking to? Oh. Kakashi, I smiled. Dare he say, Konoha had no better spy than the Sannin. Tell me, how strong is Naruto? Jiraiya really didn't care about Sasuke. As far as he has heard and seen, there was nothing to like about the Uchiha. When he isn't using Mokuton, he is normal. Well, for his case as a Jinchuriki. But when he is solely using Mokuton to his best of abilities, his large pool of chakra starts to show, he becomes an entirely different person. I see. It was as his sensei had told him. Do you think it has anything to do with what Orochimaru did? You mean other experiments to make him stronger? Yes? Kakashi shook his head. Naruto was born with large amounts of chakra. That is something he took from his mother. He is also a Jinchuriki of the most powerful Baijuo. Yamato also uses Mokuton, but he does not show the promise Naruto shows. Orochimaru may have given him Mokuton, but how he uses it and what he does it is his own skill and dedication. Naruto trains hard. He studies a lot and makes uses of the Kage Bunshin to help his training. He's done more than 10 years worth of training already by having clones work individually. Jiraiya smiled. Naruto was Minato's son, all right. The potential didn't take away the pain and suffering. But at least, the future looked bright. I'll talk to you later. For now, I'll go watch over the kids in secret. Of course. You'll let me know when something happens. You don't have to worry about anything. I can handle it. The response was predictable. Kakashi had a feeling Jiraiya would even assault Iwa Shinobi or even the proctor if that was what was required for him to protect Naruto. The man had many regrets. Kakashi smiled bitterly, he too had regrets. The passage was narrow, and the stairs went deeper and deeper. It even became darker. Sasuke had to use a fire jutsu to give them light. If other caves were like this, then others who didn't know any fire jutsu would struggle to move. Sakura glanced at Naruto and then at Sasuke, just wondering what was inside their minds. Naruto had been chatty with Takao. She couldn't tell if they trusted him or not. She did not. She thought they were being led to a trap. There was no logical reason anyone would go that far since they still needed to clear the cave. Of course, some people were just cruel that they'd stab them in their backs just for sport. Takao. Someone called where the 3 different routes spread at the foot of the stairs. Yup. It's me. Got a team from Konoha. Can they be trusted? Just as we can be trusted. Are they any good? They seem to be good. Maybe even better than us. Takao turned around and flashed them a grin. It was hard to tell where the voice was coming from. It just echoed through the walls. Footsteps alerted them of presences coming. After the dreadful seconds, 2 more teenagers walked up, wearing headbands from the cloud. They were both as big as Takao and each carried swords behind them. Names? One of them demanded with a stern look. Sakura felt like she was staring at a mirror reflection of Sasuke. The boy wasn't asking them but demanding, just as Sasuke would. His other friend hit him on the side of his chest with his elbow. You trying to scare them away? What are the terms? Naruto suddenly asked. We've gone through one of the routes. It doesn't have a dead end. But we turned back when we realized that at some point, we were going in circles. There are hints to give direction about the exits. You can't just go straight ahead. This thing is like a maze but with deadly traps. We figured the more we are, the more we have chances of making through to the exit. The different routes would have been made to ensure that teams didn't take the same way. There was enough detail given for them to move on their own. Sasuke thought that they didn't need numbers, they could simply send Naruto's clones to do the scouting and then move in safely. Sasuke faced Naruto. "We are going back." "Why?" "It will be safer that way. They must have designed this place with the idea that we could work together. And that won't make a difference if we go together." "Are you sure?" Sasuke did not respond but simply twisted around. Before he could leave, Takao grabbed him from behind. "Please consider." "I have. And we won't be going with you." Sasuke forcefully freed himself from the grip. His Sharingan flashed to life, glaring at the man with a hypnotic feel. "Are we going to have a problem?" Naruto released a long breath and then waved at the Cloud team. He pushed Sakura ahead as they started to retreat. Nobody said a word until they were out of the cave. "Explain." "They must have experienced something bad for them to look for others. But we don't need them. We don't need to take the risk. You can send clones to scout the routes and then we can safely make it out." "That's a good idea, Sasuke-kun." Naruto slapped his hand across his face. He was the one with the clones and he didn't even consider this. How stupid could he be? Then again, he hadn't considered it necessary to make such a move as he believed the Kumo team was honest. Still, he could give this one to Sasuke. He was the genius after all. "Let us hope your idea works, Sasuke." No doubt the proctors were observing the efforts of every team. Every little action was being judged. Kakashi had already told them that pure strength alone wouldn't earn them enough merit to be promoted to Chunin. They needed to do a little more. For survival, no shinobi would enter a death trap. In war games, scouting the enemy territory was always vital for survival. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. It took 3 hours for 3 of his clones to clear the cave. 3 long hours. He'd sent 100 inside. The others either got caught up in traps or ran out of chakra while running about in circles. Naruto was glad they'd sent the clones. There were death traps in there. Pits filled with illusions. Pits filled with spikes hidden as puddles of water by elusive genjutsu. Sometimes, kunai dipped in poison just flung out of nowhere. These people were honestly trying to kill them. The life inside the cave was well and truly a real-life challenge. Naruto could understand why they made only 10 tickets available. They knew very few teams would clear the cave. It took them about an hour to go through the cave, with a bit of surprises. Since the illusions hadn't been removed, Sasuke went in with his Sharingan activated. He was a little worn out by the time they made it out of the cave. It was already dark. A Jonin greeted them. "Congratulations on making it out of the first exam. You now have permission to go through the second test," the man said, handing them a scroll. "Once you open it and get the coordinates, the scroll will burn out in 30 seconds. Even if you don't open it, it will disintegrate in 10 minutes. How many teams have crossed the line?" "About 18 teams. 21 more should make it through soon." "That's a lot more than I anticipated." Naruto replied with a slight frown. "What exactly is the second test?" The Jonin smiled. "You'll see when you get there. A warning, depending on who you are, it may be more difficult than the first. First impressions are everything. If you're lucky, you make it without difficulty." He crumbled into dust after saying those words. At least there was a forest on the other side. But Sasuke couldn't tell which side the village was. The cave was deceptively long. They could be anywhere within the Earth country at this stage. And by the looks of things, nowhere near the stone village. Time was ticking away. But they still needed to rest. "We should rest for a couple hours or for the night. Other teams coming out will also be too tired to move out. We can move again just after midnight and grow closer to the second test and just watch." "Fair enough, team leader." Sasuke glared. "If you have a problem, come with a better plan." Naruto waved his hands. "I have none. I'm not as smart as you." That said, they went and found a good location, set up a fire for cooking. They didn't stay in the same place, just in case other teams saw the fire. They moved deeper into the forest before setting up camp. Sasuke insisted on taking first watch. Boom! There had been no warning before the explosion abruptly woke Naruto. He jumped out of his tent, and was welcomed by a smoke screen. It was so thick, he couldn't see a damn thing. But he could sense multiple chakra signatures. Where was Sasuke? Sakura? Wasn't the Uchiha supposed to be keeping watch? Hadn't he seen the enemy? He had the damn Sharingan. Naruto couldn't move, not when he didn't know what awaited if he jumped out of the smoke. But to think they'd get attacked like this. Ridiculous. It tempted a rather unpleasant side of him to come out for a dance with whoever dared to play shinobi tricks on him. Don't move. If Naruto didn't recognize Sasuke's cold voice, he'd have frozen there and then. The Uchiha had managed to sneak in behind him. It was splendidly done. But he would not be so gracious as to give him the credit. Sasuke. They dropped some things. Traps. Explode on contact. Sasuke had his Sharingan activated. How are we in this position? Naruto demanded, ignoring the fact that they were surrounded by a thick smoke and he couldn't sense his other teammate. Not the important thing at the moment. Naruto glared at the Uchiha with sharp eyes, but he was ignored. He let it slide, for now. But there was negligence in someone's part. They should have allowed him to take the first watch. He had the stamina and his clones could have done this without any problem. When the smoke cleared, they were surrounded by 6 Iwa shinobi. It was entirely predictable that the home side would target them. It wasn't that they were the weakest team. It was just devious from Iwagakure. They must have been told that they needed to test the Konoha team. Worse, they had Sakura. Out cold. Another predictable situation. Anyone who looked at their team could see if she was the weakest link. We don't know what awaits us in the second stage of the trial. Get us 2 pass tickets and you can have your teammate. And if we refuse? We'll kill her and do this to another team. A needless death. Kakashi had often spoken about such things. The need to protect friends. Scums, he would say. Shinobi missions sometimes made them choose on what to do. To save a teammate or continue with the mission. They could abandon Sakura. But that was morally wrong and against the teachings of their sensei. For Sakura, it would be a good lesson, but for them, it could mean failure. There were only 10 passing tickets and they would be against time. Was there even a guarantee that Sakura would be returned to them? Give us the location. The exit of the cave you used. You have until tomorrow afternoon. If you give chase, we will slit her throat. And just like that, they disappeared. Naruto stared at Sasuke, who stared back. Before we get to how we deal with this, explain yourself. Sasuke was silent. He looked embarrassed. I dozed off. He replied in a flat tone. Naruto stared and despite the situation, he laughed hard. So hard he fell on his butt, laughing until his stomach hurt. Sasuke just glared murderously. That is a classic. The shinobi fell asleep. He stopped laughing, and then glared. I'm normally nice with you, but this was just plain negligent and a dangerous blunder. If something happens to Sakura, it is your fault. You killed her. Sasuke ignored him. We have to look for the tickets. There isn't much time left and I'm not going to fail this exam because I fell asleep. You should have thought of it before you decided to sleep on duty. You're not helping. Sasuke replied furiously. I wonder if I should help. But Sakura is a teammate and as much as I want you to make up for this blunder, we must do what we can for Sakura. And save her, Naruto said firmly. We have to move out now. There is no time to rest. We'll have to face other teams along the way. Where? The location of the second test. We have to take it now and then ask if any other team has taken it. If not, we will have to set up an ambush for teams that pass. We need to get one more ticket for ourselves. This is unusual. It was past 3 a.m., and both Naruto and Sasuke stood in front of sleepless, armored shinobi. It had taken some search to get the exact location. They were aided a bit by the rising fire deep into the night. Sasuke was more than ready to attack the man, disregarding anything. Naruto had to hold the Uchiha from taking any reckless move. Don't be stupid. He admonished sharply. Sasuke glared. Naruto considered slapping him across the face, but as much joy as it would give him, it would just further antagonize the Uchiha. He was already high over his lapse that saw Sakura being captured. That man is way more powerful than you. We don't know what surrounds us. Your recklessness will get us killed. Besides, nobody said anything about the need to fight this man. Start thinking and stop acting beside on your goddamned emotions for Pete's sakes. It took a couple of moments, but Sasuke calmed down and deactivated his Sharingan but kept his eyes on the man. We have come to take the second test. Your teammate? Irrelevant. Nothing about the rules say we must all come along. It doesn't say the other mustn't come either. You are shinobi, You must always expect the unexpected. Right here, I can fail you for leaving a teammate behind. I make the rules for the second test. Naruto frowned. This was unexpected. He honestly didn't know how to handle this scenario. In any case, since you are who you are and appear to be strong enough, I shall pass you. Just like that? If you want to take the test, you can. But I must warn you, you may not survive it. Sasuke gritted his teeth. He felt like he was just being handed victory. But he could do nothing but accept it. There was no need to take the second exam if they didn't have to. Can we also ask for another passing ticket? They didn't say we can't ask for another. You can ask, but if I had to give it you, I would have to make you take the second test. The man said, throwing a scroll toward them. Sasuke caught it with his right hand. But in order to pass, you'd have to use that other power. To this, Naruto smiled and then thanked the man before dragging Sasuke away. What did that man mean? He was talking to you at first and simply just passed us. Naruto was unsmiling as he sat by a tree branch. His clones were already all over the place, watching and waiting to alert him of any team that passes the second test. He is a Jinchuriki like me. It was unusual to be meeting someone like him. But Iwa was just reckless to make its 2 Jinchuriki keys to the second exam. Who was going to pass their test? That was hardly his biggest concern though. The man had certainly known he was a Jinchuriki. But whether he would inform his village was another matter. It posed a threat to his life and to his secret. If Iwa found out about this, it was going to publish it and there could be a major threat to his life. There was nothing he could do. That man was beyond his limits. If he was not, Naruto would have attacked him there and then. He would have permitted Sasuke to even take the first step. He most likely let us pass because of it. I assume the first test survival skills. The only way to pass the second test is a display of strength. And the third unspoken test is a combination of both. You use your survival skills and strength to take you back to the village because there will be teams attacking for the passing ticket. And some just for the fun of it. We could use that to our advantage. Naruto stared for a long minute before grinning. He understood what Sasuke meant. I'm also a little frustrated that we have come to this situation. We came to test ourselves and so far we haven't done so. Yeah. But I hope you just don't want to beat people just to make yourself feel good. Sasuke shot him a glare but said nothing about it. Are we going to stay here for the night? Yeah. We will strike whatever team passes. But I'm sure other hunters will be thinking like us. If we fail to get another ticket? It comes to a choice whether we abandon Sakura for the pass or give up our ticket to save her. Naruto paused, frowning deeply. I guess we must consider this because it is a possibility. Once morning draws closer, we'll be running out of time. We'll have to at least try to rescue her. They didn't look that strong. If they are in the cave, we can close them in. I'm shocked. You'd risk losing to save Sakura. It is not so much about rescuing Sakura. I just want to get a higher rank. If we abandon Sakura, Konoha won't give us a higher rank and we'll be stuck doing crappy missions. Naruto shook his head. Ever so rational with a bit of coldness. But you are right. I nonetheless care enough to consider rescuing her. But I won't deny that if I don't and it becomes known in Konoha that I let her die, it is going to be hell. And I might get off it. Sasuke admitted bitterly. Of course. The blame will be on me. The villagers would never think evil of their precious Uchiha. Sasuke snorted with disdain. Which makes me question why you still loyally fight for the village. Naruto smiled mysteriously. That is a good question. But not up for debate. His expression turned cold. Let us relax a bit. I haven't had the best of times since my arrival in this village. I've noticed. I'm surprised you are still calm. I have to be the adult here. If I'm not calm enough for both of us, we lose Sakura and maybe more than that. I don't want to live with the idea that someone died because I couldn't control myself. Shinobi moralists love to claim there was something unnatural about killing. But Naruto thought such idealists were out of touch with reality. Humans were like the animals they ate. They were just one step short of cannibalism. They were trained killers. Shinobi weapons weren't made for the simple purpose of grazing others in fancy clashes. They were made to cut through human flesh. The questionable act was taking joy in being murderous. People like Orochimaru only saw value in their own lives. He would most likely piss on himself and beg if he ever saw certain death. But the same corrupt reptile gleefully tortured and enticed others to kill. So many more even die on his experiments beds. And he saw no wrong in it. Naruto was having such thoughts while his right foot was on the throat of a kunoichi. She was still very much alive, just broken that even trying to resist his touch was impossible for her. He could simply increase the weight and crush her throat or just suffocate her. Killing someone was simple. This was a world of the strong devouring the weak. The truly animalistic rule of the wilderness. What was his role in this world? Naruto had such thoughts in this moment of time. We got ambushed again because you seem to take joy in toying with your opponents. Naruto glanced at Sasuke. The Uchiha had dispatched 2 other Genin quite quickly. At this rate, the other teams were just attacking anyone they came across. Passing tickets were a rare commodity. And there was another method of passing. This was the 11th team since morning. 5 they'd attacked and the others had attacked them. Each battles ended as swiftly as it began. Weak. There was no challenge at all. Perhaps it was because they were used to fighting higher ranked shinobi. In any case, it was disappointing and Naruto saw no crime in taking things slowly, as long as they were moving within time to save Sakura. I'm not a sadist. Sasuke glanced at the person below him and then snorted. Unlike you, some of us pause to consider some philosophical questions in life. It is detrimental if it gets us ambushed. Naruto shrugged. Saves us the effort of having to hunt down teams. We wouldn't have the time. Now we have done enough. If we are careless people, we'd even abandon Sakura and then move on to the next level. We do have to consider our actions before we face them. We don't want to do anything that might threaten the whole team. Naruto removed his foot from the kunoichi and then started walking away. He only took 3 steps before 2 Genin appeared from thin air, flanking both his sides. They grabbed him as the ground below opened wide and swallowed him whole. Sasuke could only watch as Naruto plunged deep into a pit. He couldn't react in time to try to save the blonde. Did Naruto even need his help? Unless there were explosives buried deep within the pit, the blonde would be fine. Trying to jump in would maybe leave both trapped. Sakura's survival chances would dim, and much worse their chances. He cursed Iwagakure and everything that was making this difficult than it should be. There was no Genin who'd prove to be much stronger than them. In fact, he could say with his chest puffed up that they had decimated all the teams they had faced. Tactics. Brutal tactics that they didn't apply had now left them with just him standing. This was a lesson to be learned. Power wasn't just everything. He was still bitter about it. So much that he would even consider incinerating any Genin that tried to attack him. How could inferior shinobi back him into a corner like this? If he thought things couldn't get worse, the pit suddenly closed, with Naruto swallowed deep within its belly, leaving him sweating. He marked the area by throwing a kunai to the spot. The suspects didn't waste to reveal themselves once Naruto was out of the picture. Had they been watching and realized that in terms of offensive, Naruto was most brutal? Not mention, his defensive capabilities made him invisible to the power of mere Genin. Do Iwagakure shinobi have something against Konoha shinobi? Sasuke surprised himself by asking the question in a curious tone. We are simply taking out the main suspects for the final test. Besides, the leader, seemingly, grinned murderously, taking out someone from the leaf is extra motivation for us. The rivalry between our villages permits us to act in such a manner. Sasuke snorted. There is no rivalry between Iwa and Konoha. Just as there is no match between my team and any other team. He dismissed them with a nonchalant wave of his right hand. Says someone who has lost 2 of his teammates. Sasuke nearly lost his cool, but he imagined Naruto scolding him. He spat at the thought. It was ridiculous. But true. If he acted rashly and allowed himself to be provoked, he would only worsen the situation. He didn't even know about Naruto's condition. What happened to my teammate? If they'd just buried him, it would be fine. If they had set up explosives beforehand, it was a deadly situation and there possibly wasn't anything he could do since he didn't know any earth jutsu. Likely suffocating. We buried him quite deep. So, he can't dig up. Sasuke glanced down for a moment. He would murder them all if he had to fight. But, he had to be strategic about this. The more he labored with them, the more time went away. And if Naruto wasn't safe, it was just going to be hell. He was just going to have to act in the safe side even though it bitterly crushed his pride. He would have to mark them. He would pay them for this. Nobody was going to force him to make this decision and then get away with it. If he couldn't save Naruto, he at least had to try with Sakura. I have a passing ticket. He started in a cold tone, not displaying any fear, but just pure restrained anger. I can give it to you and you can leave me alone. We'd prefer to just take it. You think I'd allow it? Sasuke questioned with a scoff. I'd burn it up than allow you to have the ticket. Uchiha gods, saying such words was humiliating. Even if he had to say them through gritted teeth. He wasn't going to forgive this. We could take it and then kill you. Sasuke smirked. If you think you can kill me, try it. I'm only offering you the deal because I want to save my teammates. I don't want to waste energy fighting you. I've already wasted enough. He would reach his limit soon enough. Even though he was beating up other teams, he was burning chakra, and he did receive some hits. If he fought now, against these three all at once, he may not make it for Sakura and he'd fail this exam. He'd become a laughingstock and just take a step back toward his goal of enacting his vengeance against his traitorous brother. The three looked at each before the leader stepped up. He walked over to Sasuke but kept a fair distance. Hand it over and we'll promise to leave you alone. Sasuke took out the scroll and then tossed it over to the Iwa Genin. Thank you, mighty Uchiha. We will keep our word. Good luck. He bowed mockingly and then took a step back. As the Iwa Genin tried to twist away, roots burst out from the ground around him. As quickly as they protruded from the ground, they had attached themselves to the Genin, binding him into a standstill. What the hell, Uchiha? The Genin shouted. It was Naruto's jutsu. Sasuke smirked and turned to the kunoichi who Naruto had been stepping on moments ago. His smirk disappeared, replaced by a look of contempt. She was getting up from the ground, a sly foxy smile that could only belong to Naruto. He glared murderously. Don't look at me like that. Naruto responded, undoing his transformation jutsu. You tricked me. But Naruto didn't get to respond as the other two stepped into the view. How did you escape from that? Simple enough. Naruto smiled. But there is no need to inform you. He narrowed his eyes to Sasuke. You take the one on the left, I will take the one on the right. Sasuke responded by disappearing from view. He did the opposite of what Naruto had said, attack the one on the left side of their trapped teammate. He flashed behind the Genin, holding a kunai with a thread attached to it. The hurled it toward the Genin before he could even react to his presence. The thread wrapped around the Genin's upper body, binding his hands. That was enough, but out of frustration, Sasuke released a quick-fire jutsu. The jutsu ran through the threads before igniting on the Genin. Flames burst, and that followed then was a pained cry that rang through the morning. Now, that is just very Uchiha acting on a wounded pride. Not given a chance to see if his work had achieved its intended consequence, Sasuke turned to Naruto. The blonde had simply tackled his opponent using a clone while the original jumped over the Genin before driving a wooden spike through the right shoulder, pinning him to the ground. I don't need to hear from you. Naruto shrugged. Let's get out of here. Chakra output will have already attracted other people. We need to disappear quickly before others come. Ticket. Already got it. Sasuke nodded and the two fled from the scene. They hopped through boulders before finding shade and a good distance. Once they were there, the Uchiha faced Naruto with a look of contempt. You made me act in such a disgraceful manner while you were fine. Nothing disgraceful about thinking smart. You did the right thing. If you had acted any differently, I'd have requested a team change. Can't be teammates with someone who has no regard for the lives of his teammates. The words were said in a stern tone that made Sasuke believe Naruto was dead serious. This baffled him. Naruto was his friend and rival. Their friendship was not the usual where they hang together playing or just chilling, but they were friends. To hear that the blonde say he would have rather requested to be separated from him was shocking to the core. He was left speechless. Naruto did sometimes disapprove of his actions. Even if the blonde hated Sakura and found her useless, he would never abandon her. It was simply out of principle more than any emotion. Was this a test? This whole exam felt like a test to him? I never thought I'd hear you say that. Naruto waved his right hand and then spoke in a cautiously quiet tone. I have experienced too much, Sasuke. You are my friend. But I won't hesitate to do what is best for me. You are so focused on your revenge that you sometimes dismiss other things. I am glad that you have displayed this maturity. And don't tell this to Sakura, but I wish they do beat her up a little, just so she can get the message across that she can die at any moment. Why do I get the sense that if this hadn't happened, you would have plotted for this to happen? Now, I'm not that devious. Naruto responded with a laugh. But I think we have all learned some valuable lessons. We still have to save Sakura. We'll do that. If they haven't killed her yet. You think they'd do that? We are going to walk in blind into enemy territory. I told you before, we must consider all possibilities. They know we are coming back, they might kill her, thinking they can box us in and take our tickets. Accidents even happen. Someone might hit too hard. We must go there expecting anything. Naruto thought it a little chilling that he considered Sakura might be killed with a clear mind. You're awfully calm about the whole issue. Naruto stared. You want me to shed some tears? She is not dead yet. He smiled, a very flat smile. I'm hopeful that she's still alive. That is why I'm calm. And if she's not? Well, Sakura is our beloved teammate. We'll have to cause some damage. Let us hurry to the destination. This talk is making me anxious. I don't like myself when deeply worried. The calmness I have now will slip through if I stay like this. Ch7P2. Sasuke zoomed around the cave with anticipation. They were here. Worried, a little he was for Sakura. But what these people had in store for them made him curious. This was a dangerous situation, far more deadly than what they've encountered thus far. Their very lives could be threatened. If Sasuke could make it with flying colors, then he could proudly claim he was moving toward the right direction. Training with Naruto helped him a lot. Even though at times it shot holes into his pride, releasing a stink of jealousy. Naruto's raw potential was frightening. Even without Mokuton, Naruto's chakra reserves could make the impossible possible. He had to cultivate his Sharingan. For all his hopes were on the eyes. But he felt like there was doom if he did not take the path Itachi wanted him to take, to evolve his eyes farther. Sasuke didn't deactivate his Sharingan. He didn't want to miss anything. He was so far satisfied there were no visible traps. And he could see Sakura's chakra. She was fine. That made him release a short breath of relief. The bigger issue at hand was that there were 9 Genin before them. They'd asked for 2 tickets though. Either way, that was a bigger number than what they had anticipated. If they decided to just use force to take their tickets, it would be a difficult task, considering they had been fighting since morning. He frowned slightly. They didn't even bring out Sakura from where they hid her. You made it far quicker than we thought. The well-being our teammate made us work in a hurry. Naruto replied in a casual tone. Someone snorted in the group. That useless girl? Useless or not, she is a teammate of ours. Naruto replied firmly. We've done what you requested, he said, taking out 2 tickets. Can we get the exchange? Sure. But say, we've been watching you. The Uchiha must be close to his limit. And so should you. You're skilled. But we are all fresh, and if we decided to just attack you, how would you respond to that? Hardly surprising they would consider such options. They were smart. Naruto was going to give them that much. They must have figured out what they wouldn't simply trust them and would come with a plan at hand in case they planned to betray their word. Were they trying to see how they would react to this threat? We have few options. Naruto scratched the back of his head, smiling in an embarrassed manner. We may be able to defend ourselves, but we would most certainly not be able to defend our teammate if a fight broke out. Which is why we would like to avoid such a scenario. Then give us your ticket as well. You wouldn't want to fail like this. Surely, you also get a ticket for yourselves. I thought you said you were watching us. Sasuke asked. Naruto smiled, shaking his head. Sasuke, you're not supposed to point out such things. You'll get us in trouble. Idiot. Ouch. They both heard. Are you going to give us the other ticket? One of the 9 went behind the shadows and came back with Sakura. She was unconscious, a little beaten, but alive. Naruto stared at the girl with an expressionless mask. It was dangerous being a kunoichi. He was glad that they were dealing with a bunch of Genin. Who knew, had she been older, unspeakable things could have happened to her. It would have crushed her spirit. But such was the danger of being a kunoichi trapped in enemy camps. Even if we had it, we wouldn't have brought it with us. But we do not have it. We couldn't have taken such a risk. If we truly had it and you put a knife on Sakura's throat, we would have been forced to go back and get it. But we do not, so, we can only plead with you to release our teammate and we will be on our way out of here. We have changed the rules. It would earn a promotion to get rid of an Uchiha, who would surely become a threat to Iwagakure in the near future. Naruto sighed. His eyes sharpened. Nuisance. But highly predictable. He replied in a sharp tone that caught the Iwa Genin off guard. He put away the tickets and then spoke once more. I suppose you think because you outnumber us, you can do as you please. We are not pleased to be in such a situation but would have just given you the tickets and walked away. There is no more room for negotiations now. Naruto was doing hand seals while speaking. You think you are in a position to say that? Yes. I'm a little annoyed at the moment. I think I will release some chakra. Don't. We will kill her. Kill her and you won't get the tickets. I'll burn the damn tickets. After which, you'll be next. After saying that, Naruto started to release an excess amount of chakra, containing that of the Kyuubi. It was so dense and frightening that the 9 were left motionless, paralyzed by fear. Because there were many, putting them all under an illusion would prove a little difficult for Sasuke. If there were 3, they could do that without him resorting to using an imperfect jutsu he'd learned. The cave started shaking and within seconds, deep forest bloom emerged from the ground. The dense forest, not so mass, but big enough to completely cover the entire ground. Some roots even burst into the roof of the cave. The Iwa Genin panicked as they ran for cover, but there was nowhere to go. Fortunately for them, the forest didn't do anything hazardous upon emerging from the ground. However, the movement had caused them to be separated. And by the time they'd settled, they were all in different positions, their majority advantage gone. Hand her over. Sasuke glared to the Genin who was holding Sakura. When the Genin hesitated, his Sharingan spun hypnotically and the Genin dropped Sakura before jumping up. Sasuke caught her and then flashed away. He found Naruto sitting at the foot of the forest he had created, eyes closed. He glared. I've never seen you do this before. Learned it recently. The flowers are supposed to release highly flammable substance and a quick fire jutsu ignites everything. But I can't seem to get it right. Naruto frowned deeply. In any case, this is enough. He held a single hand seal. Hundreds of clones appeared in a huge cloud of smoke. We should go before this place explodes and then cave in. Sasuke just nodded and then started dashing toward the exit while holding Sakura as gentle as he could. I don't know if you're doing it purposefully, but if Sakura wakes up and sees you holding her like that, she is going to flame red like Hinata. Sasuke glanced at Sakura and then frowned. He was indeed holding her bridal style and at this point, would knock her out if she stirred. He didn't want her waking up like this and he would not even take the blame of having being the one to carry her out of the cave. If you tell her, I'm going to kill you. Naruto laughed and then snapped his finger. Behind them, there were explosions, the cave shaking, and chunks of earth caving in, dust chasing after them as they headed for the exit. It went rather smoothly than I anticipated. We had concrete plans. Sasuke replied. They had played various scenarios. Even if they had not tried to go back on their word, they would have made an attempt to attack them. The first plan was on giving up the scrolls, but planting explosive tags on them. Once they were in possession of Sakura, they would have set them off. Another was having Naruto go in there alone, have a clone transform into a ticket, then plot a surprise attack. Yeah. A good test nonetheless. And if this doesn't make Sakura serious, nothing ever will. They were already out of the cave. Sasuke placed Sakura down and then took a breather, and then looked back at the entrance of the cave. He glanced back at Naruto. The blonde was surely making some inroads with getting a handle on his Mokuton. It was more than what he displayed in that snow mission. It was making him nervous. He needed to do more. And more. He needed his Sharingan to evolve farther. He couldn't afford to be behind Naruto. His pride couldn't allow it. Wake her up, will you? Sasuke hit Sakura on her forehead, causing her to shoot up in pain. Before she could fully grasp what was happening, she immediately crawled back, taking a defensive position while a frightful look on her face. Now that is just sad. Sasuke found himself nodding in agreement as he stared at Sakura's pitiful state. Sakura recognized Naruto's voice. Her pounding heart slowly stalled, her eyes sat on him. She fell on her knees, relieved. Never in her life had she ever been so happy to see him. She cried. Never had she ever thought she would admit that she was grateful to have him as her teammate. Despite everything, he was the one who made her stand firm in that she would be rescued and the torture would stop. But even then, considering how she had treated him, she did think, maybe he would say it was better if she wasn't around. She was no good after all. If Naruto was around, then Sasuke was there as well. She glanced at him, and smiled happily, wiping out her tears. She felt like she was home already. She was glad That he too was around, to save her. To rescue her. There is nothing to say. We are just happy you're alive, Sakura. We'd worried. We haven't been able to rest because we worried for your safety. We can't afford to stay here. Others may have heard the sound of the explosion. We need to move away and head back to the village. Sasuke was quick to add. Have your clones secured a clear route for us? Yeah. Naruto created a clone to carry Sakura. The moment she was on his back, she mumbled a thank you, before drifting back to unconsciousness. Must have been rough with her. I noticed. Sasuke replied sharply. But nothing too bad. It is just flesh wounds. Such incidents leave mental scars. You of all should know better that mental scars can be rather difficult to heal. Orochimaru frowned seeing Jiraiya appear before him. This was the last person he expected to see in this village. But he supposed Konoha would have informed his former teammate about his appearance before Konoha's prized assets. Either way, Jiraiya hadn't quite forgiven him for taking Naruto. Orochimaru amused himself by thinking that they would be shocked when they do learn the truth about the incident. Jiraiya-kun. Did he even have to ask how the Sannin even tracked him? Finding people was his specialty. Orochimaru. Jiraiya growled. And to think this had been his friend. They went to missions together. They were brats together when they were learning under the Sandaime Hokage, and yet Orochimaru had turned into this person. Who was he kidding? There had always been a dark cloud following Orochimaru wherever he went. They'd just never been willing to admit it. And as their sensei had admitted, people become blind to the faults of those they love. Leave this country. Why should I do that? I'm not going to repeat myself, Orochimaru. It is because we were once friends that I am not even attacking you now. However, if you want to make a move, I will hunt you down and kill you with my own hands and spare sensei. Kukukukuku, Orochimaru chuckled darkly. Haven't you tried that before? No. The Toad Sage replied in a cold tone. I've never actually tried to kill you despite the deeds you've done. Things are different now. You crossed the line. And your days are numbered now. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. What is that supposed to mean? Exactly what I said. Jiraiya replied with a sad smile. You would have become a great asset for Konoha. Only if you had morals. Orochimaru's wasn't so much as concerned about Jiraiya's last words but the warning. When the man said something like that, you had to take it seriously. He was conscious that his life was a little easier because Konoha made no effort to hunt him down. But if Konoha sent people like Jiraiya after him, it became a life of running and he wouldn't have the time to conduct his experiments. Was Konoha going to be taking measures against him? He laughed. Who in Konoha could even defeat him? The village didn't have the shinobi of such caliber. Not to mention, the third was old. The Uchiha were dead and he had an army of his own. What was he going to do about this? If Konoha was making move against him, then Orochimaru had to respond in kind. He'd already thought of plotting to take down the Leaf anyone. It wasn't an impossible task. Kakashi smiled, happy that his students were back safe. One of the proctors was with him and had filled him in on the happenings of the exam. He was pleased. But if the proctor didn't admire his skill, he wouldn't have even said anything. He would have been anxiously tossing and turning. Worried. His students were capable, but they were still kids. Smart, yes, but they were still inexperienced and there were just some odds that one could not go against. Battle signs were visible, but more worriedly was Sakura. He'd already heard what happened. But could only think proudly of both Naruto and Sasuke. The proctor had admitted that a more logical choice would have been to abandon her as they could have been walking into the unknown, and besides, the girl didn't look capable. Kakashi had been confident his students wouldn't go against his teachings. Congratulations, Leaf Shinobi. You have made it to the final round of exams. You will be permitted to rest today. Tomorrow, be at the Coliseum at 10 a.m. You will be disqualified if you're not there at that time. You don't want our tickets? The proctor smiled. We know you have them and who you got them from. We have watched every second of your time outside this village. But do bring those tickets tomorrow. They are your tickets. If we lose them? And another team happens to find them? The only way to enter the final round is to have the ticket or must have met the special condition. We will only collect the tickets at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Treacherous rules. Naruto commented dryly as the Jonin disappeared. This means that one can still get attacked in this village. We could even be attacked on our way to the Coliseum. Indeed. But at least you have them now. There is nothing that prohibits me from defending you. Kakashi, I smiled. You two head to the hotel to rest. I'll take Sakura to get some medical care. We'll talk later about the exam. Naruto handed Sakura over to their sensei, who quickly disappeared. The narrow streets and the village gates became all too apparent now that it was just him and Sasuke once more. I'm going to fill up my gut before resting. I don't have the energy. Sasuke replied tiredly. Make sure you don't get attacked along the way. Even if we lose the tickets we have gained, we have met the other requirement. But I'm still not going to give up what I fought to gain. How very Sasuke? Naruto replied, as he walked away from the Uchiha. We'll join you in about an hour. Can't sleep with this hunger. Don't lose our tickets. Of course, my lord. Naruto wasn't that adept to genjutsu, but when his vision suddenly changed, after a glance at Crimson Eyes, he knew there was something wrong. A world shadowed by a blood-red moon. The sound of cross-cawing. He felt so aware, yet cut off from the space he'd occupied while trying Iwagakure ramen. There was no panic. He could do so. But what would that solve? Yet the question lingered: who? Certainly not Orochimaru. Such means were beyond the Sannin. This is the first time we meet like this. Naruto turned around. Red clouds. Black hair. A stoic expression filtered by those hypnotic eyes. The Sharingan. An evolved one for that matter. Sasuke's elder brother? Just by looking at the man, Naruto could assume this was the infamous Itachi. What is this? He wasn't in any trouble, was he? He couldn't sense any malice. But who could say just by looking at that indifferent expression on the man? Is that what concerns you the most? Well, I'm trapped in this place. Shouldn't it be my most concern? If I know what this is, then perhaps there is a chance to escape and I don't have to hear whatever you want from me. This was an enemy of the hidden leaf. He couldn't take chances. There was no malice, but he still had to worry. He was caught up in this world. Trying to disrupt his chakra wasn't making any difference. He was just caught up in a web within which there was no hope of escape. It felt frustrating. He'd never been in a situation where his thoughts ended with just giving up. Naruto settled down to calm his chaotic thoughts. He stared at Itachi. Eye contact. Had he gotten that close to him? Displeasing. How could such a dangerous man get so close to him without him even noticing it? There was so much to learn. Much to discover and much to improve. Did he even have a tomorrow after this? No, Naruto shook his head. He was being ridiculous now. So calm and mature. Itachi was impressed. Sasuke's reaction would have been different. Then again, with Naruto's experiences, such growth was a necessity. The same could be said about his younger brother, but such was the difference in their mental strength. I don't want to hurt you. Itachi didn't see any outward reaction from Naruto. Not even a slight twitch. His expression was so unreadable, he thought he was looking at the mirror. Did Naruto not believe him? Did it matter though? Naruto had no choice but to listen to him. And there would be no one to interrupt and nothing the blonde could do to escape from here. I'd sensed as much, but you can never be sure. Especially when you're trapped in a peculiar genjutsu. Pain usually does it. But I've tried biting my tongue, no escape. Disrupting chakra seems useless. I cannot even get the sense of my body, yet keenly aware that I'm not in reality. Sharingan genjutsu? But much more powerful than what Sasuke uses. Nobody told me they could become so deadly. Was Naruto trying to get information out of him? Itachi wasn't so careless that he would tell Naruto any secret. Even if he considered the blonde to be a friendly. I'm not going to tell you anything about the genjutsu. Aside from that, you can't escape. No need to state the obvious. Naruto stared at the Uchiha. What do you want from me? To talk about Sasuke. What of him? What is your view of him? An immature child with no self-control. A loose cannon, really? Dangerous with no loyalties. No, he is loyal, but only to his hatred for his traitorous brother. Naruto paused, trying to read Itachi's expression. There was nothing for him to read. Well, that is a cold reading of him. But the truth. I am becoming uncomfortable. Sure, I would like to know why Sasuke's brother killed everyone and made Sasuke hate him like this. Because I want to help the poor bastard, but when talking in a place that I feel trapped it becomes uncomfortable for me. We are in an enemy territory with many people around. You're being constantly watched in this village. In this world, time moves slowly. A second hasn't passed in the real world. It makes it safer for both of us to talk. Naruto frowned. A truly dangerous genjutsu. My sense of time as well? You may as well say my mind is under attack. So, if it is so, if I develop a jutsu that forces my mind to become unconscious, would that help? It would leave your main body open to attack. Ah, Naruto smiled wryly. I'll try to be comfortable. You were with Orochimaru for a while. I know he performed various experiments on you and Konoha is aware of some of it. But my question is, do you know what he did to you? You have so far displayed only the use of Mokuton. But this is at an advanced level that not even someone who was experimented on as a child has displayed so much capabilities. A reminder. A constant one at that. There was always a demon laughing at the back of his head when he thought of the days with Orochimaru, an insane one at that. It was his past. But a past he wanted to give. For it gave him no rest. No peace of mind. But merely haunted him in his sleep. Honestly, there were nights he feared he'd get snatched again and become stripped in a bed. I wish you'd not make me remember such things. Those torturous days. Orochimaru would have me stripped in a bed, chakra sealed, and then cut me open. He was so obsessed with my healing powers. I have no scars, because flesh wounds, my body would regenerate them. There was even a time he considered chopping me up just to see if my body would reattach itself and still function the same way. The best part came when he started with his Mokuton experiments. I had things injected in me. I was once put in a liquid cube, butt naked, and my whole body at war with foreign elements. My body started to deform. I was slowly morphing into a tree. There were leaves. It wasn't until later that Kabuto suggested that this was happening because my chakra was sealed. So, my body couldn't dominate the Hashirama cells. I'd tried to flee before. Removing the seals meant I could do it. What did Orochimaru do? He promised me that if I didn't try to escape, he'd tell me about my parents. Raw emotion. Itachi gathered as much. Well anyway, that's not what you asked, is it? To answer your question, I don't know. He and Kabuto sprouted about the Sage of Six Paths. About the Sharingan. There were talks of him taking over the body of an Uchiha. But that apparently ended up in failure. He adores the Sharingan. No, obsessed with it. He is obsessed with its ability to enable him to learn all things. He understands that an implanted one has limits. But if he could get his hands on it, he'd do it. He is apparently trying to find a way if he can genetically build an Uchiha. It is all for his grand plan to become all-powerful and of course, immortal. He viewed me as a perfect subject. Because my body could take whatever he was dishing out. He paused, smiled a little. Mokuton has nothing to do with Orochimaru. It is an ability of my own. I show such promise because of this. The experiments just gave me another layer upon which to build. Itachi was silent. This was concerning. Had Orochimaru succeeded? But he was mostly still going to go after Sasuke. Did Naruto even know about his parents? Either way, Orochimaru had to be stopped. No doubt, these experiments were going to be made on himself once he was sure things could be perfected. And that was worrying. There was always something fishy with the Sannin. For now, what bothered Itachi was his interest in Sasuke. If Naruto hadn't been taken away from the Sannin by Konoha, there was the possibility that the blonde could have become Orochimaru's host. You know about Orochimaru's ability? You said he spoke about taking over someone. I don't know anything about it. And I'm not entirely interested in knowing. What Naruto wanted to know was a sure method to kill Sannin. He could make it his lifelong mission. Hell, he would even go against the leaf in order to shred Orochimaru to pieces. Nothing more would offer him the peace of heart. If Orochimaru manages to get Sasuke to follow him, what would you do? Naruto was silent. Not entirely impossible, he said to himself in a flat tone. Actually, this is one of my worries with regard to Sasuke. My growth in his obsession with power has the possibility of leading him astray. For power, Sasuke will do anything. But if Sasuke leaves the leaf and joins Orochimaru, it would be difficult for me to look at him. My personal thoughts are irrelevant in this matter anyhow. I can only do what the village instructs. Say, Sasuke were to turn against the leaf. Sasuke is capable of anything. Naruto paused. You speak as if you know your brother well enough. As if you've been watching him. But for what reason? You're the one who drove him to this. Why do you ask such actions? No, on whose interests do you act? In Itachi's view, Naruto would do what needed to be done. He cared for Sasuke. But he seemed aware of his younger brother's state of mind. A ruthless friend? But a good one. He got what he needed. Yet, some part of him was a little sad that Naruto seemed like he'd abandoned Sasuke. But perhaps the lines only blurred if he joined Orochimaru. The hatred toward the Sannin seemed pure. A good thing? No. But it wasn't the reason Itachi had come to this village. We will talk again. Itachi's cold tone was like an echo. His body exploded into a murder of crows. And suddenly, Naruto was staring into his steaming noodles. Chopsticks at hand. It indeed seemed like a second had passed. He dropped the chopsticks. He couldn't help it. He closed his eyes and searched for a bit. There was nothing. He couldn't sense the Uchiha. Eye contact. That was what happened. The Uchiha had to have been close enough if he worked in the same way as Sasuke. Or maybe not. Either way, Naruto wasn't about to go around searching for a criminal. He wasn't about to talk about it either. There were many things he didn't talk about. This wouldn't be first nor the last. And so, he continued eating his ramen in peace. A moonless night. Whispers below the streets. Lights flickering to illuminate the night. A cool breeze danced within the atmosphere. Whether Konoha or stone, night was night. The world continued to cycle. Adding more days to their years. Another experience. Good or bad, the day always brought each. No one with the power to predict or dish out only good fortune. At nights like this, they could all stare into the darkness and reflect on the hours before. The words spoken. The decisions taken. And suspicions suspected. Some did not. What was done was done. Life was like that. For the many indifferent. Beside him, in the rooftop, Sasuke lay. Those hateful eyes in a staring contest with the darkness above. Who would win was a good debate. The pit of darkness within the Uchiha seemed to be without a bottom. Perhaps he could even swallow the endless darkness above. Naruto glanced away, closed his eyes. And focused on his ears. His smell. Different sounds. But mostly humans. He could sense some spikes of chakra. The shinobi moving around. The stillness that was forced upon by the night. Hunters like Orochimaru pounced on such times when the prey was at rest. Footsteps on the mud roof. You didn't hear the sound. But felt the slight tremors of the movement with each step. This weight. Without even looking, Naruto could tell it was his sensei. His eyes did not open. Everything fine with Sakura? Kakashi glanced between his students. Tomorrow was the big day. The finals. He was proud of his students. They'd made it. They would not return to the leaf with a cloud of humiliation. Sakura couldn't participate. She was fine physically. But emotionally, not so well. But the biggest problem he now faced would be when Naruto faces Sasuke in the grand stage. If Naruto won, there would be a negative reaction from Sasuke. There was a lot more that Naruto didn't show to Sasuke. And if he showed to overwhelm his opponent, it was going to be a problem. One that would result in the Uchiha needing some panel beating. The Jonin folded his hands across his chest. She is fine. We'll be fine tomorrow. I had her remain at the hospital just for safe measure. I suppose she won't play tomorrow. Play? It was Sasuke who responded. His tone flat. A slight glare. You're not taking this thing seriously, are you? You were even willing to make us fail. Chunin exam finals? Who cared about such trivial matters? Maybe they were advertising the strength of the leaf. But Naruto had no desire to show his strength to these people at this time. Besides, he thought he'd done enough to earn a promotion. That was the main important thing. The finals were just for show. Exhibition matches really. Naruto wouldn't enter into such a spectacle wholeheartedly. A necessary measure at that point. Naruto shrugged. We most likely would have failed. But we didn't. We came with a plan. Kakashi didn't want to see an argument. He spoke quickly before Sasuke could reply. Sakura won't take part. It's better this way, Kakashi said. Better this way? Naruto's eyes snapped open. A look of amusement flashed through. You don't want us getting humiliated in the grand stage? The girl has a mouth, but skills? She'd just get mutilated in any battle with those who made it through to the final rounds. It's not that. Kakashi wasn't going to admit anything of that sort. Just be ready for anything tomorrow. I'm ready. The confidence in Sasuke's tone was unmatched. Be sure you don't get beaten with that attitude. You'll be surprised. Take sensei's words to heart, always expect the unexpected. Should he say? No, Sasuke was just going to get riled up and attempt to look for his elder brother. It would just inconvenience tomorrow's matches. There was no benefit in talking about it. Or to Kakashi. Naruto stared up for a moment and then released a short breath. He stood up. Talking to Itachi had brought up so many memories. Deep cruelties that scarred him. Going somewhere? Need more fresh air. Naruto replied in a flat tone. I'll join you, Kakashi said. Sasuke, don't go anywhere. Rest up. Tomorrow is going to be a big day. And I won't be able to assist you. Sasuke rolled his eyes. As if the Jonin offered that much help. Well, he couldn't deny that the Jonin had taught him more than he had taught his other students. Chidori. Some use of the Sharingan. Admittedly, it was lot more help than anyone. But there was still a lot more that the Jonin could teach him. I hope you get your head in order. Are you talking to me? Naruto asked with a raised brow. Who else am I talking to? Your demons? One can never be sure with you. Naruto responded with a slight shrug of his shoulders. My state of mind should not bother you. He jumped down from the building. Home was home. Yet, even when he was in a territory that was at odds with his home, Naruto didn't tense as he walked along the streets. Nothing was going to happen. Not unless they were in the exams. While safely strolling through the streets, the stone would make sure nothing happened, to avoid diplomatic troubles with Konoha. There would be no glaring eyes. No whispers following him along the streets. These people had no opinion of him. Kakashi appeared beside him silently. The Jonin walked with him along the silent street. Do you know how to keep secrets, Kakashi-sensei? Kakashi wished Naruto hadn't said that. It was just telling him that whatever he was being told, he had to keep it a secret from everyone, including the Hokage. He was a little conflicted but not doing anything for Naruto. Keeping a secret was the least he could do, wasn't it? I understand that the village has its priorities and shinobi are supposed to ensure that such are met. Ultimately, we are tools for the shinobi. Yes, we are its valued assets. But the moment we decide to turn against it, we become traitors. Tell me, I don't have any other choice but to live the life of a shinobi, do I? Everyone else joined the Shinobi Academy on their own violation. Nobody is truly forced unless you're born in a clan. But for others, it is a choice. What about Naruto? A Jinchuriki. A Mokuton user. Even the peaceful Sandaime Hokage would think it madness if he allowed such an asset to fold his arms and turn to serving tables at a bar instead of fighting for the village. The third did want Naruto to live a normal life, but in the shinobi confines. Owing to your situation, it would not be acceptable. Kakashi glanced at the blonde for a second and then looked at the road ahead. But you're not actually thinking about quitting, are you? Not at all. I was just thinking about the life of a shinobi and the service to the village. What choice do we have? Are we forced, or is it simply our love for the village that makes us do what we do? Those kind of questions. But hardly a matter for one to lose sleep over. Naruto shrugged, as if to dismiss the subject. You could say that I have a reason for saying this, or I am trying to cover my tracks, but ever since Orochimaru appeared, and his not subtle threat, I felt I should say this. Because, eventually, he will say it in an effort to drive me away from Konoha. When Orochimaru kidnapped me, I wasn't within the walls of Konoha. For a second, Kakashi's mobility froze. He wanted to move. But his brain refused to give the command as it processed the shock. Naruto didn't have to say it. The words suggested it. If this became known, if it had become known, it would have been difficult for Naruto to leave the village without a squad of Anbu following him from behind. Kakashi had never quite imagined Naruto was keeping something like that. Did he not trust the Sandaime with this? I suppose the third doesn't know? He feels he doesn't need to tell me things I should know. I also feel he doesn't need to know. Why do I get the feeling you know the things the Sandaime isn't telling you? Naruto smiled. Now, that is curious. But who knows? I don't think you plan on leaving Konoha. What you said doesn't change anything. How old were you when it happened? You were just a little child. You had no one to talk to and the entire village was against you. Things could have been handled better, but the Sandaime chose his ways, and that was the consequence. Naive. Hiruzen had said it so himself. He had been naive. Naruto was the child of the former Hokage. Not just a Hokage but a man who died to protect the village. The least the third could have done was to ensure that Naruto was protected, but he failed at that. Knowing Naruto was going to be hated, he could have looked for someone who didn't hate Naruto to raise him. But even when the village had made known their hatred, the Sandaime had thrown Naruto into the orphanage. Did Naruto think like that? He was smart enough to think deeply. I have no such thoughts. But people who don't know you can never be too sure. I'm not exactly an open book for that matter. Well, anyone who knows you calls you trustworthy. You're closed to just certain people. Keep your windows closed. Dust enters, Naruto said with a smile. I was hoping I could relieve my thoughts a little bit. I want to be thinking perfectly tomorrow. But that doesn't seem like it will be possible. The following day. A mud coliseum. A round arena designed exactly for battle. The crowd was cheering. Roaring in anticipation of thrills. Young children and adults who refused to grow out of being Genin. They would all be glaring down at the arena, with slight tension. Surely, they were now making bets. The kids were at the center of the arena. The residents of this village only had one hope, to see their future Jonin crush the others of other villages. To finally display that the stone was ready to stand atop of the great five nations. Anaki knew it wasn't going to be so easy. He could hope. But there was reality. And looking at it carefully, having been told about the exploits of the team from the Hidden Leaf, he worried that they would humiliate his Genin in their own backyard. He couldn't have the world laughing at him. Not like that. The real exam was over anyway. This was just for the clients. The eyes that like to gather information and for entertainment. To display future strength to the other hidden nations. No doubt, they all had their spies watching the exams. For this reason, he was going to play smart. Anaki held up his right hand standing from his seat. He hovered into the air. Displaying his unique ability to defy gravity and nature. To fly like a bird. No, even better. Birds were always in constant move. They could not stand in one place as he could. With the raise of his hand, the murmurs turned into silence. For a second, he enjoyed the power. The silence. Congratulations to all of you who have made it to the final round. A round of applause from those who came to be entertained. The spies, no doubt, just kept observing. They could be hidden within the civilians. Or watching like many potential clients. You could never know with those trained in the art of deception. We chose not to tell you anything about the final round because this doesn't make much weight on your potential to become a Chunin. Of course, there are those who could have made it because they were carried by their teammates. We have noted as such. In the event you made it here, without your fighting skills being tested, this final round will test it. And we will determine whether you pass or fail. The real test outside of the village tested not only your teamwork, but your resolve, survival skills, and leadership qualities. All of which are necessary for a Chunin. Sometimes, you will be leading a team of Genin. Sometimes, when the team leader isn't around, you will have to take charge, as was in this case. Some failed. Some made it. In this round, you're not fighting to prove that your success outside was not a mere fluke, but you're also fighting to raise the flag of your village. This is a final round dedicated for your village. You will be fighting to make your village proud. Shinobi live and fight for their villages. I hope, all of you Genin will take this to heart as you take part in this round. This will be a tournament. There will be one winner, one who will walk out of here as the strongest. We have counted all of you, there will be 5 matches. Matchups will be selected randomly. In the matchups, you will fight until your opponent either gives up or is unable to continue fighting. There are no rules. Shinobi battles are not based on rules. You use what you have to win. Use that. Anything to your advantage. Any questions? Naruto raised his right hand. You said there are no rules. And we can use anything to our advantage. Are you sure about that? Anaki stared down at the blonde. Was he questioning him? A brat. He was no doubt without courage. But what did he plan on doing? Do you suppose that could work against anyone? Yes. For example, Iwa Genin. Say I had the power. Let me use Earth style for example. If I threatened to collapse this place, or just throw explosive tags to the civilians, if they didn't yield, wouldn't that give me an advantage? According to what you say, that falls within the confines of using any means to gain an advantage. Yes? There was a collective gasp within the crowd. They all stared down at him in shock. But Anaki wasn't shocked. There was a bit of anger. He was being challenged. Was he going back on the rules? Or did he stand his ground? But what kind of a message did that send to his villagers? He glared down at the blonde. A brat. No, quite a clever brat. Hostage situation wasn't a foreign concept. It happened. There was no village that went to war without protecting its village because it wanted to avoid a scenario where its village was held hostage for a surrender. Before Anaki could speak, Naruto speaking again. Well, I was just speaking out loud. He had a wide smile on his lips. Quite enjoying the reaction. I doubt there is any Genin with that kind of power. Besides, even as shinobi, we have limits. Who would go as far as to threaten the lives of innocents? Then again, there are no rules. Anaki was silent. To be put in this situation. Was the brat threatening to hurt his people just to win? Well, it was the easiest way to win. Even weak people could win in this way. There was no pain. No bloodshed. No battle. Just the waving of a white flag because of fear. Had the dice been cast already? Is that how Leaf Shinobi fight? Naruto shook his head. Is that was how Leaf Shinobi fight? I wouldn't have stated such words. You were clear, no rules, use anything to your advantage. If I did such during the course of my match, you couldn't use it against me because I'd be acting as per your instructions. I pronounce such words to help clear something. Setting such an environment creates such a climate where anything happens. We are shinobi, and we live by rules. Without rules, we are lawless, and are no different from animals. Then there is no need to worry. If we must protect our civilians against vile shinobi, we will. Naruto smiled. Well. Let us hope it is clear to everyone that nobody makes the Sandaime Tsuchikage break his own word spoken in front of thousands. Anaki chose to ignore Naruto. Kyuchi will be the proctor in this final round. He will hold the draw for the matchups. The Iwa Jonin stepped forward holding a small ball with balls within. He did his thing and the 5 matches were drawn. Arashi vs Tsukume. Naruto vs Sasuke. Yoshino vs Itsu. Takemi vs Yashiro. For a moment, Naruto stared at the man who made the matchups. There was no random draw about it. There were only 2 Genin from Kumo and they were all separated, but the fact that he and Sasuke were drawn together meant that they could not dominate the tournament. The battle between them would surely tire of them. And they would be easy pickings to the others, if they were strong enough. They had to knock out each other, in the first round. Well, if Anaki was to be believed, then they had done enough for promotion. If he was denied promotion, then there was politics involved. Naruto didn't need to expose himself to any more pointless battle. Here and now, it was only Sasuke and an exchange of fists with others. Fight for Konoha at this point? Naruto could do it. He turned to his teammate. I guess that is it. I've run my race. You can have some fun. Sasuke glared. What is that supposed to mean? I'm waving the white flag. You win. You're going to run away from battle, just like that. I didn't take you for a coward. Naruto laughed. Your attempt to entice me into battle is pathetic. You should know better. But like always, the bigger picture is not visible to you. I won't spoon feed you. You can just enjoy being the best in the tournament. Bring glory to the hidden leaf. He waved his right hand, walking away from the arena. Even from outside, one could feel the roars. The Genin were truly at it. Fighting their best fights. For the pride of their villages. To best the others. Naruto didn't even look back, hands inside his pockets, strolling through the streets. There were few people outside. But still people. His destination was the hospital. He had no interest in the tournaments. Whether Sasuke lost or won. For him, it was irrelevant. Naruto. He glanced behind, seeing Kakashi rush toward him. A clone? The Jonin couldn't have left the arena. Sensei. Something amiss? Sasuke told me you don't want to fight. Needless. I believe I have already done enough. Besides, if I fight in the finals, I'll do something ridiculous. No holding back. On the other side, I'd rather not crush Sasuke's fragile pride. Kabuto is within this village. Better not do anything to tempt the devil. Forget about Kabuto. He already knew about that. But there was the finality in how Naruto spoke about crushing Sasuke's pride that bothered him. You think you can crush him? Not beat him? Naruto smiled, the kind of smile that made one feel uncomfortable. I've been sparring with him for a while. I know his limits. The full extent of his Sharingan abilities. If I was a little stupid, he'd outsmart me in battle. The Sharingan is rather useful in battle. Being able to predict movements. He may be faster, but does not have quite the firepower to break me. Even if I lack skill, I have overwhelming strength. But that is still not quite it. I know all of Sasuke's weak points, how he fights and thinks. I've observed him long enough. In this grand stage where I'm seriously fighting, I would simply break him down, little by little. The carelessness in which Naruto those words would have made Kakashi worry if he didn't know him well enough. You didn't amuse that Tsuchikage and now you leave his tournament. I'm sure he isn't going to be impressed. Don't provoke any more troubles. The Jonin disappeared in a puff of smoke. Though a winner, Sasuke didn't quite feel like it. Without defeating Naruto, he could never be at ease. Sure, he'd battled some tough opponents, it was still not enough. Nobody had pushed him in the way Naruto pushes him. The day he would thoroughly defeat Naruto, Sasuke could finally say he was getting there in his dream to be strong enough to kill Itachi. While he would never admit it loudly, he knew he was nowhere near the strength needed. He couldn't even hurt his sensei. What was next for him? The method of unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan was dreadful. But he didn't need to move in the same way as Itachi. He could do things on his own. For a winner, someone is brooding a little too much. Naruto commented dryly. The team was heading toward the Tsuchikage Tower, their bags behind him. Ready to depart the stone after a successful tour of the village. Sasuke tossed a sharp glare toward Naruto. It's not satisfying since you ran away from battle. Didn't wish to humiliate you in front of people. Naruto replied in a dismissive tone. But don't worry, you'll get to test things with me. That was not the correct time. If we had battled in the first round, none of us would have won the tournament. I took a decision that guarantees Konoha wins. Humiliate? Naruto did often such things casually. Could he even do it? Sasuke wondered. But more and more they fought side by side, he was seeing a lot more of Naruto that frightened him. Truly, in Guy's words, this was his eternal rival. The good thing is that you won, Sasuke-kun, and we can go home being proud. Sakura interfered between the two. Kakashi agreed with the girl. Sakura is right, said the Jonin firmly. Let's just be happy. Chapter 8, To the Future, We Move. Konoha was a glorious village with a rich history. Yet, to Naruto, this was the home that has never learned to love him. A treacherous place within which he was born. He didn't see any of that glory. To him, it looked nothing more than a facade. A mask put on to hide the filth that crawled through the streets. Not in night time but in broad daylight. Naruto looked up at the massive walls. A prison for him. Yet he hoped to serve his term and be free. To be relieved of the burden he carried. There would be more responsibilities now. He may even now find himself sitting by the gates. He was going to get his promotion if things go well anyway. But Naruto didn't see any reason he would be denied that chance. After all, he was more deserving than a certain Uchiha. For Sakura, it would be a long journey. Whether she would break through or break down remained to be seen. Either way, nothing materially changed for him. I wish we were warned that being a shinobi meant the constant journey, Naruto said, as they passed through the gates. You can stay in the village. Kakashi replied. You just have to pick D-rank missions. A waste of shinobi talents. Disdain filtered through Naruto's mind when he thought of those nonsensical missions. Tell me we are never going to do those again. We are going to be Chunin now. Those should be reserved for Genin. I have go agree with Naruto on that, Sasuke said. We'll see. Kakashi gave a non-committal shrug of his shoulders. The streets were normal. There would be more joy spreading through like a wildfire once the faithful servants of the Uchiha prince do learn that their lord had bested everyone in the stone to return home with a crown. For him, nothing would change. Nothing had changed. He hoped today, the only change would be the Chunin vest he would be wearing while strolling through the streets. To rub it in their faces that even when they didn't think he'd do it, Naruto had done it. The Hokage office was loaded with activity. More than usual. They hadn't been gone for long. Unlike with their snow mission. The third still looked like a sage. His bright eyes, too much strength for someone his age, danced around each of them. A warm, grandfatherly smile on his lips. He'd stopped what he was doing, waved his right hand to dismiss the people in the room. Slowly, they trotted out, leaving Team 7 facing the Sandaime Hokage. Hokage-sama. Kakashi bowed, his students did the same as they paid their respects to their leader. Team 7, the Sandaime paused, once more gauging them. You've done the village proud. Between you and Team Guy, I believe we have the best of this generation. Team Guy, a freak in charge. Kakashi smiled weakly, thinking of his eternal rival, as Guy would say. They certainly were the better of them all. They did have a genius in the team. And Lee had become a literal clone of his sensei. The horror. But Kakashi could only try to ignore it. For his own mental and physical health. They graduated ahead. But there is no denying their strength. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. There were some who held concerns about young Lee over his inability to use chakra. But they seemed to have forget that Guy is one of this village's greatest assets. If you were going to pick the top Jonin within Konoha, Guy was going to be there. The man earned his glory. Sometimes, Kakashi wondered if they were truly being serious, if he'd get out in one piece. Putting him in with Neji has also helped, Kakashi said. That Tsuchikage said he'd sent the report ahead of us. Yes. It did arrive. You took your time coming back. Well, there was no need to hurry. I thought we'd just get busy after returning. If things get along. Hiruzen shook his head. A rather serious look on his face. I did read the report. Naruto and Sasuke were outstanding. That Tsuchikage held some reservations about Naruto's decision not to participate in the tournament. I hope you'll explain that fully to me. The more disappointing report was on Sakura. There was nothing written about her. Sakura flinched. The Sandaime's stern gaze wasn't directed at her but toward her sensei. They were talking about her. Ever since Kakashi told her that she may get removed from the team, she'd not stood before the Hokage. This was the first time. After all, after returning from the snow, they'd only spent a week resting before being shipped out. She knew she hadn't done enough. No, she didn't do anything. Their opponents had targeted her because they'd viewed her as the weak link in the team. Getting captured had resulted in her teammates being put under a difficult task. She never apologized. But her biggest fear was getting removed from the team. This could be the last straw. We didn't have time to help her improve after the snow mission. We were immediately called upon to go to the stone. Don't judge her on this alone. If Naruto and Sasuke get promoted, they can be assigned to other teams while I work on Sakura. Hiruzen shook his head. She could have been killed. I suppose it was my decision to send you away knowing she wasn't ready. But this had to have been a valuable experience. He faced the girl. And smiled. You learned something valuable? Yes, Hokage-sama. Good. I expect to see some updates on how you improve. He looked between Naruto and Sasuke. Congratulations you two. You are officially Chunin. Return later to collect your Chunin vests. For now, you're all dismissed. Stay behind, Kakashi. Once the Genin were out of the office, Jiraiya appeared from the window. I didn't think you'd gone ahead of us, Jiraiya-sama. The Sannin waved his right hand. I didn't. After I encountered Orochimaru, I stayed around. Wasn't sure he wouldn't do anything. He was also there? Kakashi looked surprised. But should he? Naruto told me that Kabuto managed to get closer to him. Do you think he is trying to make a move on them? He is. Hiruzen replied firmly. We have to protect them. That is why from now on, the two will remain in the village. Sasuke will be closely watched to ensure nobody gets close to him. We will decide what must be done for now. We can't take the risk of sending them out on missions at the moment. They might not return. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. There is also the problem of the Akatsuki. Intel suggests that they may be after Jinchuriki. Nothing is certain yet, but we can't take chances. Both Naruto and Sasuke need to improve. Naruto's potential was massive. But he couldn't be around Sasuke now. That would just drive the Uchiha insane. Naruto needed to train alone and so did Sasuke. How is Sasuke taking Naruto's progress? Kakashi let loose of a long breath. Not very well. Naruto claimed he didn't participate in the tournament because he didn't want to worsen things. I think he has observed that Sasuke's jealousy is getting the best of him. There is no telling what he will do if he feels he isn't improving fast enough. Kakashi did think that the Uchiha already knew about Naruto's secret. If so, there was no telling he wouldn't decide to join Orochimaru if he thought he could become stronger. With his mindset, there was nothing Sasuke couldn't do for power. Naruto has stated that he can't think of any way Sasuke's mind can be healed. He says Sasuke's lust for power is too great. He might sometimes show signs of friendship. But deep within, if provoked, he will decide power. The only way to heal that is to give him power. But according to Naruto, those chances are limited. As long as Sasuke can't activate the Mangekyo, he will never reach his full potential. Hiruzen leaned back to his chair. When it came to analyzing people, Naruto was rather good at it. Well, it wasn't anything he hadn't thought of when looking at Kakashi's reports. The difference was that he held some hope that things could be better. Yet, Naruto didn't inspire much hope. How come Naruto knows so much about the Sharingan? Some even older than Naruto don't even know about the Mangekyo. He said Orochimaru was obsessed with it. He doesn't know how the Mangekyo is unlocked nonetheless. Kakashi answered. At this stage, Kakashi didn't think it was even practical for Sasuke. The death of someone close to you? Jiraiya asked. Yes. The only person closest to Sasuke who could actually provoke the kind of grief to awaken the Mangekyo is Naruto. There just doesn't seem like there is nothing we can do about it. Hiruzen released a long breath. Either way, we have to work something out. Naruto and Sasuke will be sent out on S-rank missions. Jiraiya, you will take Naruto to Uzu. You'll leave him there. I'll have a couple of Onbu watching over him. You can visit him if you like. Why Uzu? And I'd the one to train him. When you visit him, you can do that. But Naruto needs a place that is remote to continue with his Mokuton training. I gave him the Shodai scrolls. He said with enough training, he would be able to replicate. However, in this village, he can't experiment. Uzu is remote. He can be safe there. Besides, I think Naruto knows about his parents. Training in Uzu will be fitting for him. Uzu is his ancestral home. Replicate? Yamato hasn't been able to do that. Naruto already does jutsu Yamato cannot. Kakashi was quick to say. It does help that Naruto has massive chakra pools to be able to execute demanding jutsu. I can't exactly help with Mokuton. Jiraiya was quiet in his response. He really wanted to be closer to Naruto. But he could still do that. Maybe he would go there to be the test the blonde requires. Fine. What of Sasuke? We will think of something. But we can't exactly send you out, Kakashi. They are going to be away for a couple of years. We want them to return powerful enough to defend themselves. There is no war. No threat to the village, we can afford to let them leave. You, however, can't be gone for too long. You are always needed in Konoha. Besides, by the time they return, we might have already made plans to deal with Orochimaru. If we do that, we no longer have to worry about him tempting Sasuke. I will continue to gather all information I can about his operations. Jiraiya frowned slightly. If there was someone who was slippery, it was his former friend. But they had to go about this. To make sure the shinobi world was safe. To secure Konoha's safety. And to protect the village's assets. Do that. It is important. Hiruzen faced Kakashi. As of this moment, Team 7 is disbanded. Sakura will be placed in another team once Naruto and Sasuke have left. Even if I reinstate it, Sakura will be off. You will inform them all immediately of this. Hi. Kakashi did not argue, seeing the look on the Sandaime's face. Hiruzen turned to Jiraiya. I'm hearing some unpleasant things about Sunagakure. I hope it is nothing. Suna would plot something? Doesn't it heavily depend on us? That is the problem. But I have arranged a meeting with Raza. We will see how it goes. On Sasuke's case, we need go manage him. We can't keep treating him like a spoiled child. Hiruzen blamed Itachi for this. The next time the Uchiha appeared before him, he was going to talk to him about it. There was no reason to make Sasuke turn out the way he did. According to Kakashi, Itachi had apparently told Sasuke to hate him. Maybe that was his way of trying to atone, but it wasn't doing the village any favors. At this rate, it was apparent that if the young Uchiha ever learned of the truth, he would no doubt turn against the leaf. He was highly emotional and seemed to be purely driven by his hatred. Maybe Danzo would have been better suited for his development, Kakashi said as a joke. But it was met with silence. After a moment, the Sandaime replied. Danzo would have made sure he learned to control his emotions. Or just kill them. Either way, he may have been a finer shinobi. But completely loyal to Danzo. No doubt would have tried to overthrow you by now. Jiraiya added. The third smiled. There is always a catch, isn't it? He turned serious. I'll try to get as much as I can out of Naruto about Orochimaru. And share what he may not know. I feel we are drifting away. And the only way to work it out is to be honest with him. You can speak to him after Jiraiya. You only came back and already it's ramen, Ino said, walking over to the ramen stand. She sat down beside the blonde. And stared at the 3 bowls already on the side, a 4th one being slowly savored. Naruto glanced at the blonde for a second and then stared at the ramen. Ino's presence wasn't hated. If it was someone else, he would have felt bothered by their presence, disturbing him in his mealtime. She was the only friend he had outside of his team. No, aside from Sasuke. Sakura wasn't a friend. And other Genin he graduated with were just fellow Konoha shinobi. You have a magnet attracted to my presence? If you miss me, you should just say so, my dear Ino-chan, said Naruto in a sly tone. In your dreams. Naruto stared at her. I've only been back for a couple of hours, and already you're hounding me. Shouldn't you be with your friends, or teammates? Ino looked away. True, she had gone out of her way to look for him. But Naruto wasn't that difficult to find. There were 4 places he spent his time: Team 7 training ground, the Forest of Death, ramen stand and his apartment. If he wasn't in any of those places, she always assumed he was not in the village. Did she miss him? Not as much as when he'd been gone for weeks. This time, it was just a week. A couple of days. But it was her conversation with Sakura that made her hunt for the blonde. After all, her friend had immediately gone to the flower shop after leaving the Hokage office, without even going home to take a bath and change. And that was saying something considering it was Sakura. No team meetings. There are no other friends to hang out with. I'll have you know that I spend much of my time in the flower shop helping my mother when in this village. Strange, I always considered you to be the kind of person who always spent time lurking in shadows, trying to hunt for information. Perhaps to attempt to take over your father. How do you know about my father? I never speak about him and his duties aren't exactly a public thing. Naruto shrugged. I had some encounters with him. Of course, he didn't get to poke around my mind. I disliked being violated like that. That makes me curious. Aren't you always? Naruto finished the last of the contents in his bowl. He quickly changed the subject. Well, I can't say I'm displeased to see you. In fact, you're probably the only person I'd prefer eating with. Not your dear Sasuke? Don't say it like that. Sure, I spend a lot of time with the brooding bastard. But that is for training purposes. And you know, he has no one else. If I leave him alone, you never know what he is going to be thinking. Ino shook her head. If she said there wasn't some lingering attraction toward the Uchiha, it would be a lie. He was still handsome. The only problem was his personality. Well, it had always been a problem. Obsessions just didn't permit them to see it all. Sakura was crying. Naruto released a long breath. He'd wondered why she'd bother coming to him like this. Now that the Sandaime had driven the message home and he had made it clear to her that she was at risk, flashes of reality must be starting to creep in. She could only go cry to her beloved Ino. Who would she cry to in the team? She told you, huh? Kakashi had informed him of the news not so long ago. I'm shocked. I felt pity for her. Why would the Sandaime do something like that? I mean, sure, she isn't the best, but you can't just take someone off the team like that. It is called a team for a reason. Don't discuss that with me. If you have something to complain about, go talk to the Sandaime Hokage. Actually, I'm going to him now. We can go together. Ino flinched. There was just the raw hint of coldness in Naruto's tone. It felt strange yet somehow familiar. The blonde always tried to be bubbly around her. But he had those moments. She wondered, Sakura was his teammate. Why would he be like that? Sure, the girl wasn't the best person, but they were still teammates. You don't really care much about her, do you? Not really. Your honesty is hurtful. Naruto chuckled lightly. Do you suppose I should have said I care? Sakura has never been kind to me. I have always had to save her life, and not once has she shown her appreciation. Ungrateful, yes. Yet continues to be a burden. Well, at least the exam taught her a very good lesson. One she will never forget. Anything could have happened to her, you know? She is a girl, she could have been raped if they'd been perverts. That could have happened. But that is the unfortunate danger of being a kunoichi. You just need to be strong enough. Life isn't fair. Not everyone upholds moral standards. Besides, there are consequences for the choices we make. The situation with Sakura was disappointing. Maybe she would change. For now, Naruto could celebrate that he was now a Chunin. He could finally make the move to a new apartment. I spoke to her about this while we were at Iwa. There is nothing to add. He added. Good thing you came. I think flowers will be nice for my new place. You're getting a new place? Yup. Just for measure. I'm growing. My place doesn't have enough space. I need a bigger space. A secondary room I can use for other things. What things? Naruto just smiled. Lead the way, Ino, I don't see the third in about an hour. You'll help me pick flowers I can put in my kitchen, right? I've grown to love nature recently with my use of Mokuton. Ino certainly didn't mind walking with him along the streets. Even when she knew that some people stared. He liked her for that. The whispers didn't bother her. The glares were fine. She was the kind of friend one enjoyed having. A true friend. Maybe not. You could never know with people. He was conscious of the fact that even Sasuke could stab him in the back. Was he being cynical? We've never hanged out, have we? Ino suddenly asked as they walked toward her flower shop. Not. I don't think so. Naruto replied in a thoughtful tone. You want to hang out? Isn't that what friends do? Yeah. Naruto paused. What would he be doing with Ino? He was usually training or just taking a breather. He didn't mind the pointless chatter. He wasn't that of a serious person to stop himself from engaging in things that amused him. We can do that sometime. We could watch a movie. Maybe you could invite me when you meet with your team. I could try to out-eat Kuji. Though, I would probably lose. Movies? I didn't think you were romantic. There is romance in movies? Where does romance get involved here? Aren't we just some brats going to amuse ourselves by watching a movie? Unless, of course, you're into the adult stuff. Naruto grinned, his eyes firmly on Ino. I'm not a brat. Says a child who lives in her father's house. They still buy you your clothes, don't they? Your mother still does your washing? She is my mother. It is her job. Of course, Naruto wrapped his right hand around her shoulder, pulling her closer. So, what do adults do when they are alone, Ino? Didn't you say you're the adult? You tell me. She didn't try to remove the hand on her shoulder. Even when they were too close for comfort. People would talk, but did it matter? Forget it, Naruto said. Wait. Is your mom there? Yes. Is it proper to meet her now? I don't think I'm ready to meet her. We should wait. Actually, I think we are taking this too fast. Ino jabbed him on his ribs, causing him to let her go. Ouch, Naruto cried. Why'd you do that for?
For a second, I was worried you were afraid mother would not like you because...
You know. Naruto smiled. That concerned you? Yeah. She admitted. I know it's the adults. But mother is delightful. If you smile, she won't mind. I'm sure as long as I have no intentions toward her daughter, she won't mind. Naruto replied. You're being cynical. Mother is fine. You'll see. It didn't take long for them to reach the quiet store. The second they stepped in, Ino shouted. Mom! I'm back. Can you be any louder? I thought Sakura was worse. She glared at him. But a woman trotted into the scene. Gloved hands. She was carrying water. Her eyes fell on him. She stared for a moment and then smiled. You must be Naruto. Naruto faced Ino with a questioning look. She just shrugged. Ino speaks about you a lot. Ino's mother answered his unasked question. She said those words with a warm smile. You must see how she lights up. She left her poor mother saying she was going to see her D. Mother, Ino shouted angrily. Oh? Naruto ignored the girl. A splitting grin settled on his lips. I didn't know she spoke about me like that. What more has she said? Just yesterday at dinner, she was saying that. Mother, Ino shouted again. I should have known bringing you here was a bad idea. She groaned. Don't get along with my mother. That's not what you came here for. You want flowers, don't you? She was dragging him away as she said those words. In his usual self, the Sandaime was all jolly when Naruto walked into his office. Happiness. And the unmistakable look of a parent who was proud of the achievement of his child. He'd become Chunin. Hiruzen could celebrate that. It was strange. The third was much happier than he was. Maybe it was because he knew on practical terms, this wouldn't change the difficulties in his life. A step closer to his dream? What was his dream anyway? There were so many complex matters within his heart. It was all weary at times. But not always gloom and doom. He settled comfortably in front of the third's desk. And then offered the old man a smile. I thought you'd come a little earlier. The sun was already starting to set. Sooner, the night shadows would be creeping in. I got a little held up with Ino. She insisted checking a new place with me after we checked out some flowers. The young Yamanaka girl. Hiruzen wasn't going to interfere by talking to either the girl or her father. Some things were better left alone. Still, he was happier with Naruto having a female friend. Sure, they were still young. But it just showed him that not everything was lost. There was a future. A future in which Naruto was laughing with happiness. You've become close to her. How is the friendship? Fine. She is the only person in this village aside from Sasuke that I can call a friend. And she is joy to be around. Her personality does help. Hiruzen nodded. At some point, I'd been afraid you'd never make friends. Naruto wanted to say that it would have been his fault. No, most of his troubles were caused by the Sandaime. Even to this day, he couldn't fathom why Hiruzen had taken the decision to announce him as the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki when he knew full well how people treated hosts. He could have lived the normal orphanage life. But there was none of that. He had ended up with Orochimaru while battling the ghosts that haunted the walls of the orphanage. Things change and Ino is different. After all, she does know that I'm a Jinchuriki. That just made Hiruzen's smile widen. Do you think most of those who know you will have the same attitude? I think so. It is only the adults who are a problem. For the young ones, it was something they were taught. And as they grow, they start forming their own thoughts. Naruto adopted a thoughtful look. I don't think I had a bigger problem at the academy in my class with other students. That is good. Very good. Hiruzen leaned back to his chair, adopting a serious look on his face. Our relationship hasn't been good over the past years because I've kept things from you. I should have told you. But for some reason, I thought I was protecting you even though I knew you were hurting. I truly am sorry, Naruto. You suffered a lot because of my decisions. I do hope you'll find it in your heart to forgive my actions. He third finished in a weak tone. Naruto didn't reply, even as the third paused to give him a chance to speak. His silence forced the old man to speak again. It was troubling. Hiruzen was filled with nothing but regrets. If things had been managed better, Naruto wouldn't have suffered. It was because of him. He was the Hokage. He decided for Naruto and the blonde suffered those consequences. Hiruzen stood up from his chair. Walked over to the window. He released a short breath and then motioned for Naruto to come to him. Once the blonde was near him, he placed a hand on his shoulder, and they disappeared into thin air. Naruto was surprised when they arrived in front of a modest house. He watched as the Sandaime walked toward the door. He stuffed his hand inside his robe and removed a key. He opened the door and motioned for him to follow. The house was well maintained. The air around was fresh. The Sandaime moved him toward the living room. They walked past it and went to a bedroom with a large crib. Naruto felt his body tense. His intestines cringe. He was overwhelmed by emotions. Without the Sandaime saying anything, he already knew. Unconsciously, he walked over to the crib and leaned over, putting a hand on the mattress. Some part of him wanted to jump in, to feel the comfort he would have felt while inside this little bed. His bed. He imagined himself trying to eat his feet as if they were food. Late at night, parents watching him as he refused to sleep, wanting to play some more. Maybe even cry over his refusal to sleep when his mind didn't want to. The feelings. It made him smile sadly, a tear dropped. Hoping and wishing he could live this reality. But he couldn't. It was all past him. Beyond him. He could only wish while moving forward. The night the Kyuubi attacked the village, you were supposed to have returned here with your parents. But something wrong happened. My wife and your father were watching over while your mother gave birth. Someone attacked. He killed everyone. Including my wife. While your father saved you, the man went after your mother and released the Kyuubi, sending it on a rampage. We have all believed it was the Sharingan that manipulated it, but we couldn't prove it. The Kyuubi was just too powerful. I don't know why, but your father decided to seal it within you. Your mother had still been alive even after the Baijuu was extracted, she could still have resealed it within her. But your father decided. He was using a method that would have killed him as a result. I suppose he thought you could do without a father but not without a mother. However, during the process, the QB attempted to kill you to stop being sealed. Your parents put themselves in the way to protect you. Sealing the Baijuu saved Konoha. Naruto was silent. The somber tone that Sandaime used didn't make him happy. Against his urges, Naruto climbed the crib. He rested his back against it, his feet resting on his wooden walls. He closed his eyes, trying to feel the comfort. Why? Naruto asked soundlessly. I've always wanted to ask you why you would rob me of this. Hiruzen felt as if a knife had been put through his chest. He felt the pain. Worse, even he had come to realize his decisions were naive and couldn't really justify them. He smiled with frustration. Frustrated with himself, for his failures and many regrets. But as he had assumed, Naruto already knew. He didn't need to spell it out that his father was the Yondaime Hokage. I thought I was protecting you. If nobody knew who your father was, then nobody would target you. While a war hero in this village, many hated him outside. But nobody more than the stone. Hiruzen shook his head. I thought you'd end up telling someone if I told you. And that would put your life in danger. As if my life wasn't in danger already. In hindsight, I should have known. Hiruzen bitterly laughed. And I was called a genius. I allowed my idealism to get the best of me. I was always hopeful of the best. I suppose after experiencing the First and Second Wars, I changed. By the time we were on the third, I'd already seen too much and sought nothing but peace. He closed his eyes. Do you know Hyuga Neji? Hinata's cousin? Yes. After the Kumo incident, I didn't want war. Even though Kumo was wrong, I was afraid of war and bowed to the demands. Neji's father was sacrificed as a result. His life has been ruined. He hates his clan and nearly killed his cousin. One life over many, I suppose that is rational. But a weak position to take. Konoha is the most powerful. Kumo wouldn't have readily gone to war over it, but I could be wrong. Those are subjects I don't fully yet understand. Yes. I know I've taken many wrong decisions. I should have done better. And I may never get to correct some of those things. Hiruzen replied. Kushina Uzumaki. That was your mother. She was most likely the last of her clan after it was destroyed. And now you're the last. Naruto shook his head. I met another Uzumaki while at Orochimaru. Her name is Karen. Red hair. Special chakra. That is good. Perhaps when we raid his hideouts, we will rescue her. She wasn't being experimented on, was she? Naruto shook his head. No. She had special chakra that healed any wound. He frowned slightly. She seemed to be learning under him. Experiments? It would appear so. That was some time ago. I hardly think over those memories. More than anything, I just wish I never lived those times. He smiled. Of course, that is just wishful, but some parts of me think I can do it. I see. Hiruzen fell silent for a couple of moments before speaking once more. I kept this house in good condition because I always thought you would come live here one day once you've learned the truth. I just booked a new place. But at least I won't have to worry about rent. Naruto smiled slightly. Good. There is an organization that is most likely after Jinchuriki. We don't know what they want with them. But you're in danger. Because of this, I've decided that you'll be secretly sent away. You can't tell anyone that you're leaving or where you are going. Only me, Kakashi and Jiraiya will know. Sasuke might also know you're leaving, but not where, since he too will go away. While away, you will be training and will be returned once we believe you're strong enough to face even S-rank shinobi. To be away from humans. Ino. Sakura. Sasuke. And Konoha. But more importantly, for training. Now, that made him happy. He could finally be able to try out some jutsu that were too massive to be practiced while in the village. He needed that. Just spending time training. He'd never thought such a thing would occur. But such an opportunity, he couldn't miss out. He'd grab it with two hands. But, to be away from Ino would be sad. To be without her enduring and joyful presence, would really be a sad thing. Nonetheless, this was for him. He could afford to suffer this much, for his tomorrow. Naruto rose from the crib. Sat with his legs folded and stared at the Sandaime. How long? 2 to 3 years. For both you and Sasuke? Who will be with me? Anbu squad daily. They'll be watching over the perimeter and won't interfere or even speak to you. Unless there is an emergency. Jiraiya will come to check on you occasionally. I could send Yamato with you if you want. Naruto shook his head. He can't do what I want to do. So, he can't help. I see. Anything you'll require? I must be going somewhere remote if I'm going to be still and hidden. Where am I going? Hiruzen smiled. You'll find out. For now, settle in. Pictures of your parents were removed. They are in a storeroom. I have preserved even your family jutsu. And some of your father's jutsu. If you want to learn them, you're free to do so. I'll give you a month to settle. Sasuke slumped down under a tree. Tired as hell. Once more, he was pushed toward his limits. So often with Naruto, he could go on until he could no longer even keep his Sharingan activated. He not only fell short with chakra but with stamina as well. The blonde was a completely different animal when it came to stamina. His engine never seemed to stop running. He glanced at the blonde. Already, he was on his other training. Something extreme. Naruto did go all out when it came to training. He did do some risky things. Perhaps that was why his instincts were sharp. Right now, the blonde was standing atop of a pole. He was surrounded by sharp wooden splitters. On the other side, a clone was hurling sharp spikes toward him. That was not all. The blonde was blindfolded. One of these days, Naruto was going to fatally wound himself. Then again, the blonde healed in a rate Sasuke was envious. He shook his bitter thoughts and closed his eyes for a moment. Very soon, he wouldn't be doing this anymore. Kakashi hadn't told him the reasons. Not that he cared. If he was at a place where he could train without interruption, Sasuke wasn't going to complain. But he was going to miss training with Naruto. There was no better friend. He would have liked it better if he was going to be with Naruto. Of course, he never made such an admission to Kakashi. He could imagine Naruto's mocking if he said something like that. Wow! Sasuke's eyes snapped open. Naruto was suddenly standing just above him. It is rare for you to be without a brooding face. If you were always like this, you'd be a decent person. Sasuke shot Naruto a glare. There was always that dig aimed at him. About his attitude. Naruto had once even blocked his nose and eyes, saying his attitude burnt his eyes and smelled too much for him to bear. Sasuke released a short breath. What was the point of that training? Instincts. The sharper your instincts, the better you are at avoiding death. You know, experience counts in battle. Sometimes, it isn't skill, but instinct honed from battle that saves you. I want to train my body to be able to sense danger and react accordingly. Naruto explained as he settled beside the Uchiha. He laid on his back, looked at the leaves for a moment. You want to try it? Do I look like I say this to you? A pity. I would have enjoyed that. Naruto replied with a look of disappointment. I suppose this will be the last one. You've already been told, yes? Yeah. You must be thrilled to be finally getting the time you need to train. Perhaps while away from humans, you'll come back an adult. No, you do need someone who'll teach you to rein on your emotions. Will be cool if you returned as an adult. Naruto paused. But I fear the only thing you'll have on mind once returning is hunting Itachi. After all, once you're fed with a little bit of power, your arrogance gets bloated and so does your superiority complex. Sasuke's look became expressionless. I know I have faults. It is more frustrating when you keep pointing them out like it is some sport for you. Naruto laughed. Of course, it is. I enjoy tormenting you. Still, I never thought we'd be sent away for training. Sasuke nodded in agreement. But we need this. It would have been helpful if we were together. That just slipped out. He hoped he didn't sound desperate. Don't worry, Sasu. I'll come to visit you. Though, I didn't think you enjoyed training with me so much that you'd wish I was with you. I'm not wishing anything. I'm just saying it would have been better. Yes. Keep telling yourself that. Sasuke ignored this. Why do you think they decided this? For you? I would say you're a flight risk. The village is stuck between keeping you here and wait for Orochimaru to pounce or get you to become strong enough. You're hardly a model of loyalty. Sasuke gritted his teeth. It was just the way that Naruto spoke that offended him. Konoha is my home. Then let us leave it at that. Naruto closed his eyes. Another presence forced Naruto's eyes to snap open. He glanced at Sasuke through the corner of his eyes. The Uchiha was wide awake. Had he taken a short nap? But more importantly, who was this person who was coming toward them? It wasn't anything normal. The answer came when the person appeared. He smiled. He could have become all serious. But this was a person he knew. Not too well. But he knew enough not to like the cripple. Even the Sandaime had warned him against the man. Besides, this person never saw Naruto when he looked at him. It was always the Kyuubi. Perhaps things were different now that he was a Mokuton user. According to Yamato, he'd grown around the man's hideout, learning and training under him. Until the Sandaime made the discovery and he was transferred back to regular Anbu. Danzo-san. Naruto greeted with a smile, sitting up. He glanced at the person the cripple was walking with. A pale teen. Unfamiliar. He looked back at the war hawk. I overheard your conversation about leaving the village for training. The war hawk stated in a stern tone. Overheard? More like eavesdropping. I suppose he is the one doing it for you. Bothersome. The Sandaime wasn't going to be particularly pleased to learn this. But at least they never said anything about where they were going. Regardless, I heard you. While I am pleased Hiruzen is taking correct measures, I'm displeased that you have yet to display any interest in using the Kyuubi's power. It is a waste for it to remain just dormant within you. I'm even willing to offer my help to teach you how to master that power. I think it is also a disadvantage that a Mokuton user is also a Jinchuriki. We can never utilize the two at once. Regardless, if we go to war we'd be lagging. Kumo's Jinchuriki control their Baijuu and so do Iwa. The same can also be said about Suna's Jinchuriki. On a strategic point, to have a Baijuu on the other side and a Mokuton user on the other side would be beneficial. But at this point, he couldn't do both. Well, at least that was what Danzo thought. If it was a matter of transforming, a clone could wield the Kyuubi's power while he ran rampant using Mokuton. It would also disguise as to who was the real Jinchuriki. People from outside don't know who the Jinchuriki in this village is, do they? No. Naruto smiled. Well, that was just perfect. He could always use a clone. It'd save him some trouble. At least until the truth is discovered. Well, thank you for the offer, but no thanks. Danzo turned to Sasuke. Nothing unpredictable. Naruto was close to the Sandaime, obviously, he would refuse his help. But Sasuke was a different matter. With power, the Uchiha could be tempted. By this age, Itachi already had a fully matured Sharingan. You have the capacity and skill. If you'd been given to me, I would have already helped you awaken even the Mangekyo. You'd be a lot closer to achieving your dream. This can still be achieved. I can still help you. What do you know about the Mangekyo? I know enough. Itachi once served under me, after all. Danzo replied. But before he could say anything, an Anbu dropped in front of him. Danzo-sama. Hokage-sama has directed you to leave the two alone. Now. We have been authorized to use force if necessary. Danzo glared for a moment. You heard me. Sai will be in contact. And with that, the war hawk turned away and left, Sai along with him. The Anbu disappeared as well. Naruto released a long breath. I'm surprised you remained chilled even when he spoke about Itachi. Sasuke ignored this. Who is he? A relic of the past. A man who loves power. You could say a man who moves things in the darkness. Naruto paused. The Mangekyo Sharingan, eh? Sasuke was silent. Before he fled. Itachi told me where to find the secret of awakening the eyes. He said without eyes like his, I could never kill him. Sasuke spoke with anger. Grief? The death of someone you value dearly. Truly, the Uchiha are emotional beings and the Sharingan loves dark things. Naruto shook his head. So, for you to possess eyes that do amazing things, you need to kill me? Yes. Sasuke answered. But I'm not my brother. I won't go down that path. I will do things my way. You could have just said I can't bring myself to kill my only friend. Don't be full of yourself. Killing that man is the only thing I desire. And no one is going to stand in my way. Not even you, Naruto. Young, yet so damaged. Sometimes I think there won't be hope for you. Well, that is life. Naruto stood up. Don't lag behind. Give it your all. Because if you do it half-heartedly, you won't be able to stand on my shadow. I can say the same thing to you. That would be a warning. If only you trained far harder than me. But that is not quite true, is it? You must at least match my training. The Sandaime was surrounded by a couple of scrolls, his pipe in his mouth. Kakashi sat in front of the aged Hokage, legs folded. The room was being watched by Anbu. No one would eavesdrop their conversation since they were discussing top-secret things. Danzo appeared before Naruto and Sasuke while they were training. The third said in a tired tone. He removed his pipe, placed it beside him and opened one scroll. He was offering help to both. I'm only surprised it took him this long to make a move. Kakashi replied. He has been content with just watching. Must have heard about what is coming next. That was most likely the case. Kakashi would loathe to have the man close to any of his students. He was corrupting. But admittedly, if there was someone who could have ensured that Sasuke had better control over his emotions, it was the War Hawk. I have sorted him nonetheless. Hiruzen added. He lifted his eyes and looked at Kakashi. Have you spoken to Naruto, yet? The Jonin shook his head. Not about the other things. I spoke to him. He is at his father's house. When you go to him, do talk to him about Minato, if he asks. I'm afraid if you didn't already teach him the Rasengan, things would have been difficult for you. Kakashi nodded. But he'd not done that in honor of his sensei. He had been forced because he had taken Sasuke under his wing. He'd taught the Uchiha his jutsu. Naruto didn't have much then. He wasn't using Mokuton in the same way as now. To balance things, he'd shown Naruto the basics. To say he even taught the blonde would be misleading a little bit. Naruto's understanding of jutsu was good. If he was going to spend more time alone just for training, his understanding was going to be supreme. How did he take it? Not with surprise. He already knew. How, isn't something I discussed with him. And why he never said anything. Some things are better left unsaid, Hiruzen sighed. Honestly, he wished they'd discuss things a bit. But the time wasn't right. He would have ruined the mood. I know that. Kakashi replied, earning a look from the Hokage, but he just shook his head slightly. Have you decided on Sasuke? I will have 2 of my Anbu train him when you're not around to watch him. When it comes to emotional control, they are best suited for this. He paused, wondering if he should try to get in touch with Itachi. He worried that if Sasuke ever learned of the truth, he'd react negatively. After all, there was much hatred within him. If he stopped directing it toward Itachi, he would direct it elsewhere and Konoha would most likely be the subject. He hoped things wouldn't come to this. Once more, Hiruzen couldn't really understand why Itachi set Sasuke on a path of hatred. Things could have been different. He could have looked at things differently. But they'd both made blunders. That will indeed help him. I'm gathering scrolls on lightning and fire style jutsu for him. You will still show him the ropes when necessary. He paused. What is Naruto's element? Kakashi smiled a little sheepishly. I don't know. Hiruzen stared sternly for a second before shaking his head with disappointment. Minato would be disappointed. You have utterly failed in your attempt to be a sensei. At this stage, Naruto is a chunin and yet you don't know his natural affinity? I didn't think he needed it. You always don't think they need something. I don't need to lecture you on how unkind the shinobi world is, Kakashi. Just because we are not at war now doesn't mean there won't be anything tomorrow. He smiled sadly. I suppose I have no right to lecture you having started with this by changing things at the academy. The standards have really dropped. We have been living in peace. Not Shinobi Nation appears to have an appetite for war. Not so long ago, Kumo was threatening war. No doubt, if that happened, others would have taken advantage of the situation. We are constantly at odds with other nations. Hiruzen folded the scroll he was looking at and then threw it at Kakashi. What have you decided for Sakura? I imagine even if Team 7 is disbanded, you're not going to abandon her. With her chakra levels and weak stamina, she is best suited for either genjutsu or medical ninjutsu. Her chakra control is perfect, which does make her ideal for genjutsu. I'll have her meet with Kurenai and then Shizune-san. Excellent. Hiruzen smiled. Naruto had been trying to learn with her, how has that gone? There hasn't been time for him to sit through with her. But from what I know, she has briefed him on the fundamentals. People would call this intrusion, Naruto said without looking up from the kitchen table. There were a couple of scrolls littered, 3 bowls on the side. Jiraiya folded his arms and paused, wondering if he should stop or continue. After a moment of hesitation, he walked toward Naruto and pulled a chair. He sat across, eyes lingering on the scrolls. The ones that were open. There was one on Mokuton. He saw 2 more with strange markings. Was it Fuinjutsu? His eyes halted on the one folded covered by a gold thread. He knew that scroll. Many would kill to possess such a copy. I knocked at the door and there was no answer. The Sannin finally responded. It means nobody is home or we are too busy. I can see you're busy. I didn't think you held any interest in Fuinjutsu. A difficult task for anyone. There weren't any Fuinjutsu masters in the village. Kushina and Minato had been. The Sandaime knew the art. But it wasn't something that was even taught in the academy. Who even wanted to study the complex art of Fuinjutsu anyway? The kids of today were much more focused on flashy ninjutsu and clan techniques, forgetting that without the art of sealing, certain things wouldn't even be possible. It never came to mind. But it is because of Fuinjutsu that I'm a Jinchuriki. I'm not interested in all that. I found myself drawn into barriers. He doubted he could ever do it in the same way as his mother. She was especially helped by her chakra chains. Perhaps as her son, he could do the same. That remained a mystery for now. What was obvious was that his mother was much more skilled with Fuinjutsu than his father was. He wasn't interested in all that deep details. He needed to learn just enough. But perhaps if he was going to call his children Uzumaki, it would be best to revive the family tradition. I'm a Fuinjutsu master myself. Jiraiya offered with a grin. I can teach you if you want. Naruto glanced at the Sannin and then released a long breath. He smiled. It is truly difficult to be my usual happy self around you. Jiraiya frowned deeply. Do you dislike me? Naruto shook his head. There is no reason to. I don't know. I just want to be serious. My instinct tells me as much. Though, you can't be called a serious person. Perhaps one day, I'll be free. So, he just wasn't free around him. Was it the way he looked at him? Was it the unanswered questions? Jiraiya couldn't tell. Perhaps I'll ask you to help me one day. If Naruto couldn't use things like his mother, he could use Mokuton. The timber used to make wooden lock wall was hard enough to almost withstand anything. But it had its disadvantages. Perhaps he didn't necessarily need barriers. Maybe he was overthinking things. He glanced at the Sannin, seeing a somewhat surprised look. He smiled sadly. It isn't you, it is me. You're actually a very nice person. I know that. You're a bit carefree. But you know, I have some mental issues that I struggle to deal with. Therefore, I say, perhaps one day, I'll trust you enough that I'll be able to be free. Trust, huh? Yeah, Naruto nodded. What can I do for you? Please let not be that talk about how you were my father's sensei and my godfather. I have no interest in that. That is the past. I'm looking forward to the future. You're not even going to hear my apologies? Despite being your godfather, I didn't do anything for you. Minato was like a son, yet I did nothing for you, Jiraiya said in anger. Over himself for his failure to help Naruto in his time of need. Naruto stared at the scroll. His father's barrier was unique. Perhaps because it included the study of space/time. Naruto didn't have that time to delve deep onto those mysteries. But maybe he could focus on it as time goes on. There was no need to pile all things at once. It would just overwhelm him. He folded the scroll, pulled another one. You did nothing for me. But I never expected anything from you. A child, yes. But you're not my grandparent. Dwelling on the past does nothing but make you feel bitterness. I have enough of that. If you want to work over your guilt, go do it alone. I refuse to speak to the Sandaime on such issues because of the same reason. I don't care for your guilt. It doesn't improve things for me. You would rather we die with our guilt? Naruto faced the Sannin with an amused look. I said I don't hate you, but I won't entertain any talks. If you're gonna keep your regrets, keep them. That is for you. If you need psychological help, the village does offer such help. His smile slipped. I have my own issues to deal with. Mental scars that refuse to go away. Then, what else can I do for you? Jiraiya was silent. Basically, Naruto wasn't going to let him get over his feelings by talking to him. He didn't want anyone to dump their problems on him because he had his own issues. What do you say about Sage Jutsu? Have you changed your mind? Yes. I have. Jiraiya grinned happily, but Naruto raised his hand to keep the Sannin from saying anything. I won't sign the contract. Sage Jutsu will be achieved. I told you I'm looking at the Shodai method. I will learn the mystery. He shook his head. Did you know that there is a clan that is born with the natural ability to harness natural energy? This was a first Jiraiya was hearing. He always assumed that each summoning had its own ways to teach sage jutsu. It was basically the same thing, just taught under different instructions. What is this clan? Not sure. I don't recall. A lot of the time, I was around Kabuto and Orochimaru. Of course, I always strapped in a bed. That does remind me. Orochimaru is also a sage. But because of his jutsu to switch bodies, he can't use it. None of his hosts are strong enough. That was a lot Naruto had just said. Orochimaru a sage? That was shocking. But more troubling was that Naruto had no desire to sign the Toad contract. Should he push it? Jiraiya shook his head. I will give it to you for safekeeping. If anything does happen to me, can I trust you will give it to someone? Jiraiya said in a sad tone. I'm likely to die without any student at this rate. But I don't want the contract to be lost with me. Naruto released a long breath. Where do I sign? Huh? The contract. Jiraiya was speechless. He got over it and then replied. This makes it easier. If you sign the contract, it will be easier to take you to the place you're going. The Toads will reverse summon you. It will reduce the risk of you being seen. And the Anbu? They've already left. You really wanted me to go that way, but wouldn't ask in that way? You're too kind, Jiraiya. The night stars dazzled the night with flickers of light. A full moon that brightened the world below it. In such nights, where a cool breeze toured the streets, Naruto always found some comfort. To be out, at night, lying on the rooftop or strolling through the streets. It was a special moment for him. To enjoy the quietness. The peace of the night. But these days, there was much to ponder. His dreams. His goals. In returning to the leaf, he would be bigger. He would be grown. A shinobi marching toward his prime years. Yo! The nonchalant voice of his sensei. Naruto didn't turn his eyes toward the Jonin, he kept his unrelenting staring contest with the stars. He felt the Jonin sit beside him but still did not say a word. Last time I was sitting on this place was when your mother was still carrying you. Kakashi spoke in a silent tone, reminiscing those unpleasant days he was going through the motions. He'd lost everyone, and things changed for the worst when his sensei ended up dying. Checking on things? Kakashi shook his head. It was a difficult time in my life. Your father had me in charge of protecting your mother. When the truth comes out, conversations that never seemed likely started to happen. The world was cruel. Lies did no one any benefit. Secrets could break. Yet, he understood, sometimes, it was of importance to keep them. It was just often, people were not prepared to deal with the consequences of their lies and secrets. Ah. So the gloomy cloud that follows you around has been with you for a while now. Yeah. But I think I've gotten better. Naruto shook his head. Everyone seems to have regrets. People are so weighed by their guilt and past actions that they cannot enjoy their present. I find that truly sad. No matter what I do, or how much I regret, I don't want to end up being like you people. Because of your guilt, you end up being blind to the present and focusing too much on the past. The Sandaime is haunted by his mistakes. I saw how haunted he was when I was returned to the village. In his words, he was to blame. Had he done what was necessary, Orochimaru would have been dead already. Naruto would not allow such restraints on his life. His life was already miserable. He wasn't going to allow the hate to shackle him. He would not become the slave of his past. He would conquer this hate. He would move on and enjoy his life, one way or the other. What good was sitting down and allowing your heart to be wrecked by guilt and regrets? It is not as simple. When Orochimaru fled the village, the Sandaime had the chance to stop him. But he couldn't. He couldn't kill the student he loved so much. And now many innocent people suffer because of it. Sensei, do you know what happens in Orochimaru's hideouts? He kidnaps people. Shinobi and civilians, performing experiments on them. Some are not lucky, they become deformed monsters. Some are lucky enough to die. Kakashi closed his eyes, trying to shut the memories of what he saw in the hideout when they led the assault to find Naruto. He'd seen what Naruto was saying. People imprisoned. Starving and some just begging to be killed. Konoha is making plans to move against Orochimaru. Jiraiya-sama will gather intelligence and we will assault his hideouts. We will remove him. Now that is a hunt I would enjoy. It had become obvious to Kakashi that there was no one that Naruto hated more than Orochimaru. And the blonde doesn't hesitate to talk about his desire to see the Sannin die a horrible death. I came to tell you that I'll be gone by morning with Sasuke. I will be with him until he settles. Unlike you, he will probably be moving around. I wish you luck in your training. And hopefully, you will become a shinobi that will have surpassed me when you return, Kakashi said earnestly, with an eye smile. Now, when you speak like that, I'm left without words to say. But, thank you, sensei. You have always been kind to your students. Your words will forever be with us. I just hope Sasuke doesn't forget your lessons. Kakashi stared into the sky for a moment. That is something we all hope. The last people Naruto expected to see were Sakura and Ino. For the former, he'd thought she'd be busy doing her training or whatever she found fancy these days. With Ino, it was another different matter. Either way, he'd kept to himself in the past days. That Tsuchikage could have come here and he wouldn't even have known about it. It was no bragging matter, but Naruto felt as if he'd become a scholar. Perhaps the hard task of trying to understand the fundamentals over Fuinjutsu was an attempt to try to get closer to his mother. There would be no reward with seeing her, of course. The dead did not come back to life. The sad story of this world. He sighed, still standing at his door as the two girls looked at him curiously. What is with that look? Ino questioned, her hands on her waist, cheeks puffed. We bothered coming to visit you and you look at us like we're nuisance. Naruto smiled, he expected nothing less from Ino. She never did hesitate to speak her mind. On the other hand, Sakura was fidgeting about something. How they found him was easy to deduce. Sakura must have heard from Kakashi and most likely didn't want to come on her own, considering things. And so, she dragged Ino with her. No doubt, the Yamanaka jumped to the chance to come to his house. And if you're? I'm canceling this friendship. And we'll see who will bother talking with you. Ino huffed. For some reason, she looked cute doing all that. Of course, she was saying that, but she wasn't going to go. There were unanswered questions. I'd be broken if you cancelled me, Ino. You know you're my only precious people. Then let us inside. Naruto didn't. He faced Sakura. It was rather strange seeing her all mute. She was a loud person. She always had an opinion over something. Well, who stole your tongue? Be gentle, Ino cautioned. She is feeling down since Sasuke left for some secret mission without saying a word to her. Oh. Naruto appeared to sympathize. A pity. I would also be saddened if my crush suddenly just disappeared. You don't even know where he went or if he's busy chilling with another girl wherever he is, Naruto said, moving out of the way for the two to enter the house. After stepping in, Ino scoffed. Yeah, like Sasuke is that kind of person. I'd be more believable if it was you. Chuckling lightly, Naruto replied. Well, it is difficult to see Sasuke being cozy. He is rather inflexible. I, on the other hand, am a delight who gets along with people. Well, except for those crazy for the Uchiha prince. He led the girls to his lounge. Ino whistled seeing the large, and very clean space. The place was just too good to be Naruto's. It was too elegant and there was nothing elegant about Naruto. You surely know how to keep a place clean, Uzumaki. Ino didn't sit around, but kept her eyes lingering, but she didn't find anything. After a moment, she sat beside Sakura, and faced Naruto. It was only then that she realized that he looked tired. This is a first. I've never seen you tired. I'm working myself a little too hard and can't get enough sleep. Naruto released a yawn. What can I do for you today? You want to tell me why you didn't say anything about having a house? Last time I checked, you were getting flowers for your new apartment. Which I saw. There was nothing about a house when we last spoke. I didn't know I had a house then, said Naruto with an indifferent shrug of his shoulders. I've been hiding well enough. Kakashi-sensei? He asked Sakura. She nodded. He told me you were at your parents' house when I last spoke to him. He said he was also leaving but would be back soon. The Jonin hadn't been forthcoming about Naruto's parents. He said it was something Naruto had to tell himself. Either way, she had been shocked to learn of this revelation. She had always made fun of the fact that Naruto didn't have parents. The last time Sasuke had responded negatively had been the last time, but still, to think that there were people who had given birth to Naruto and they had left him a house. It was hard to process. I see. An awkward silence filled the room. Sakura broke it. I've been seeing Kurenai-sensei, learning some genjutsu. Kakashi-sensei also planned for me to learn medical ninjutsu. I guess I'll choose which one to specialize in once I've come to understand both. Naruto nodded but said nothing, earning a glare from Ino. He just smiled and waved her off. I came to apologize for the way I have treated you. Ino made me realize I was never fair to you. I should have been a better teammate, but I was not, she said with a sad smile, looking at him straight into his eyes. I'm also glad you know who your parents were. Naruto clasped his hands together. Now, that is some genuine feeling about that. Not that hollow apology you gave the other day. You don't have to shove this one up your behind. I hear you. But forgiveness isn't given that easily, Sakura. You were a crappy teammate. A nuisance to be around. But I suppose I must accept that you are growing as well. I will earn it. Sakura replied confidently. I just came for that. She seemed to have lightened up a bit. I have a meeting with Kurenai-sensei. I will see you someday. She stood up, and then left. You're cold. Don't say such cruel things, Ino. You'll hurt my feelings. He was saying that, but had an amused look on his face. He knew what she was talking about. But Ino has never seen just how Sasuke could be cruel and ungrateful. He wasn't going to let her go off so easy. He has been her hero since long and she had yet to learn to appreciate his efforts. She needed to sweat to earn his good graces. He wasn't that low on friends or heartbroken that he would simply brush off things because he wanted someone around him. Desperation would not rule him. It has never and never will. She first came me yesterday, but I didn't want to get involved. She came back today, and I felt sorry for her. She really does regret her actions. You must have really hit her hard for her to actually use her mind the right way. I did. Ino smiled proudly. Sakura is my friend and so are you. I don't want there to be problems between my friends when it can be avoided. I was lucky to have caught her while she was still reeling from Sasuke's rebuke. It also seems that Kakashi-sensei had some harsh words for her. Took long enough. He paused, staring at Ino. She had stayed behind because she wanted something from him. Ask, as you can see. I'm in need of rest. I came at a good time then. You'll answer me quickly because you want me to leave and then rest. Naruto groaned, rubbing his temple with his right hand. What he gotten himself into with this girl? She was going to be a nuisance if she didn't get her answers. You want to know about my parents? I suppose Kakashi-sensei didn't tell Sakura anything. Makes sense, he sighed, falling back on the couch. Physical tiredness was nothing compared to the mental one. It was most frustrating since the tiredness was being caused by things he was grasping straws just to understand. This house belonged to Minato Namikaze. And I am his son. Ino stared at him for a full moment. It didn't look as if she blinked. After that, she followed his posture. It kind of feels bad. It will be bad for Sakura. She has mocked you for not having parents and then suddenly realized that the reason your parents died was just so she could live. If not, this village could have been destroyed. Well, that is a look I want to see. To know that my parents saved your useless behind and I have continued doing it and you thank it all by mocking their deaths. Ino looked back at him with a sad smile. You sounded a little angry. Of course, I am. People don't know the truth, but the reality is I am the son of the man they hail so much as their greatest shinobi. I also took part in his greatness. My body was used to achieve his dream. Ino shook her head. The sad smile still lingered. She could understand the bitterness in Naruto. His own father was worshipped, yet he was loathed. He didn't have a choice and his father was the one who made the choice. She wondered if he even hated his own father for making him a Jinchuriki, for being the reason he had a miserable childhood. But who could have thought the Uzumaki Naruto was the surviving son of the Yellow Flash? It was ridiculous to imagine. Yet so real. Blonde hair. Blue eyes. How many blondes were in this village? Like Naruto. Sure, she too was blonde, but the light richness in Naruto's hair wasn't matched by anyone. That had to have been a trait he got from one of his parents. Ino had a lot to discuss with her father tonight, if he came home. How does it feel like to know that you're the son of the most famous Hokage in Konoha? And probably the most famous shinobi from the Konoha to have ever lived? Naruto stared into the ceiling. How did it feel? For him, he wasn't the son of the Hokage or Konoha's Yellow Flash. He was the son of Minato and Kushina. Nothing more and nothing less. He'd be better served to have parents who actually alive, even if they were nobodies. He glanced back at Ino and smiled. Sure, it is a little exciting, but I can't be too happy. Nothing here changes. Because it has been kept secret. I'm sure things will change once people learn the truth. She smiled happily. You're more of a prince than Sasuke is. He is the last Uchiha, but his father didn't die to save the village. Nobody can top that. Naruto laughed at Ino's childlike response. It was so simple. Exactly how a child would look at the situation. But he didn't think he should look at it in that way. I suppose nobody can top it, he said with amusement. Well, it's a pity my secret is a secret. I would have had you fawning over me. Calling me Namikaze-sama at the academy. No. Ino waved her hands quickly. Sasuke would have still been cute. What a way to ruin someone's moment. Naruto replied with a sigh. How do you think Kiba would respond? He's just going to bark with no bite. Maybe finally learn to respect you a bit. Ino answered quietly. Since we became shinobi, we've all been busy. We never even get the time to sit together and laugh. Your team is worse. When you come back, you spend a day and then go out again. Almost like you live for missions. We have a famous sensei and the last Uchiha. We'll always be picked for missions. It isn't like Asuma sensei isn't known around the shinobi world. Ino paused before adding. Well, it isn't like I enjoy going out of the village like you people. I enjoy my time around. And I'm fine with D-rank missions. It's a little dangerous outside. You can't run from that. I'm a child. Let me enjoy my childhood without fearing I want return from a mission. Sakura would have already told her the kind of dangers they faced in their missions. Surely, Ino would be averse to such risks, and with someone as lazy as Shikamaru, there would be no rush for their growth. As experiences have taught him, you could never quite please everyone. Having lived a long life, full of mistakes and other things done right, Hiruzen could quite easily say he had learned it all. But with life, the learning never stopped. At this age, what he has attained was wisdom. Perhaps it was wisdom that made him decide to take a weaker position with Kumagakure. After all, there was that possibility that the Raikage could come true to his word and wage war against the Leaf. Or maybe the man had been taking advantage of the fact that Konoha had just suffered massively in the Kyuubi attack. Either way, his decision had saved the Leaf. But it had not made everyone happy. Neji was a great asset to the village. He was quite skilled. Hiruzen didn't agree with how the Hyuga clan dealt with its clan matters, but that was clan business and he had no right to interfere in anything. Still, Neji was a shinobi under him, not the Hyuga. Hiruzen glanced at Hiashi through the corner of his eyes while standing by the window of his office. After a moment, he slowly walked behind his desk and settled carefully. Thank you for coming, Hiashi. There is an important matter we must discuss. Hiashi stared, wondering what it could be. He hoped it had nothing to do with the caged bird seal. It was always a matter of interest with Sarutobi. But it was something Hiashi had found there and something he wasn't going to change. Maybe the next clan head could do so. Not him. What is it? Young Neji-kun, Hiruzen said in a serious tone. His hatred toward your daughter and everyone in the main branch is something that cannot be tolerated. He is already a chunin and does his work well for the village, however, his attitude is a problem. Hiashi narrowed his eyes. I hope you're not going to interfere in clan business. I have no intention of doing such. If I wanted, I could have gone to the Hyuga compound and talked to your elders. Not that it would have changed anything. No, the decision to sacrifice his father was taken because of what occurred. And we cannot pretend that we don't know why he is angry. He is already the best of his generation in your clan. Hiashi sighed. It wasn't that he hasn't thought of things. But Neji was stubborn as hell. The boy only looked at him with contempt. Even when he did try to make things easier. I gave Neji the honor of training my daughters because of how skilled he is. I also wanted to make things easier for him. He is my nephew. But he was merciless with Hinata. Not that his disappointing daughter did anything to protect herself. She refused to strike. Even with Hanabi. If he trained the next clan head, he would have high standing. He is already a genius that we cannot ignore, even if he is from the branch family. But his bitterness over being branded and the loss of his father weighs on him heavily. He cannot see a clear path in the future because of it. Yes. But the cursed seal cannot be removed. It is for the protection of the Byakugan. I don't want to get into that. But I want him to know the truth behind his father's death. Hiruzen released a long breath. In my eyes, he is similar to Naruto, with burdens. Though, his cannot be compared to Naruto-kun's. That is why I want to talk to him. And I need your help with that. Hiashi shook his head. He is my nephew. I have been negligent for long enough. I will talk to him. The clan head answered. But you want to use Naruto as an example. I heard that you have given him his father's house. Yes. Does he not hate us? We knew that his own father died to protect the village and he was treated like trash in the village. Your own clan sure symbolized this much. Hiashi grimaced. The people in his clan had surely taken things seriously with the reputation. Even when Hinata had liked Naruto, she'd been repeatedly told to stay away from him. But they didn't know the truth. Surely, things would have been different. It wasn't like he'd done anything to better the situation either. He'd thought of his clan and nothing else. Unfortunately. But he has grown. Yes. And no, I don't believe Naruto hates us. As for the villagers, I don't think things are going to be that simple. He is loyal, but not desperate for their attention. He won't forget how they treated him. Some have already started to change. But the trauma is still there. He has nonetheless taken things seriously and is focused on making himself strong. The stone cast aside was surely going to be the one that would be used to build a stronger foundation for the future. Hiashi did not underestimate the power the blonde could wield in the future. He was now just a child, but he would soon become a household name. Another powerhouse the village would be proud of. This village did love the geniuses. A pity many of them have turned against Konoha. The thought of Neji turning against his clan sounded so ridiculous that he laughed it off. But even he couldn't dismiss the possibility. There was nothing the clan offered Neji. His own nephew. He had to change things. For the better. I will send him to you once I have spoken to him. I will appreciate it. We must help the young ones, Hiashi. They easily lose themselves. Orochimaru had problems even at a young age, but I could not quite help him. Sasuke also has issues, and is in a fragile situation. That is why we are taking all measures possible to try to help them. For they are the future of this village. Without them, the future won't look bright. Truly, this generation had many weak shinobi. Konoha would certainly lose its honor as the strongest of the great nations. They would certainly become suspect to invasions. The leaf has not always been on the side of right in the past. In fact, it had always abused its position as the strongest. How far the village fell from the principles of the Shodai Hokage. When was the last time Naruto had ramen with the Sandaime? He'd missed those days. To feel loved and cared for. Despite everything, he could never doubt that the old man loved him. If there had been any doubts, Naruto didn't think they'd still be friendly. He'd do his job as a shinobi of the leaf and that would be all. But he knew. He understood. Not the choices but that the old man had loved him. It was just difficult to reconcile with everything that has happened. The secrets. The lies. The pain and the suffering. Naruto had felt talking to the Sandaime didn't change anything but just made things worse. And so, he'd kept to himself. Naive decision. The mind couldn't hold on to everything without releasing. But still, running back to the old man like family wasn't an option. For this, he'd been invited. With his pending departure from the village, it wasn't unexpected and Naruto thought it best to indulge the old man. They'd eaten in silence. Naruto didn't complain. It didn't seem like the old man wanted to speak either. After that, Hiruzen had asked him to follow him. It wasn't for the first time that Naruto was taking a stroll through the streets with the old man. Many had whispered negative things about it. But it hadn't changed anything. Maybe then he'd considered sticking out his tongue out. You haven't been leaving the house lately. A statement, but Naruto felt there was an unasked question. Been busy trying to learn about Fuinjutsu. Admittedly, I find it difficult to grasp. Hiruzen smiled. Both your parents were exceptional Fuinjutsu masters. It does seem to come natural for Uzumaki. More than anything, your mother's clan was famous for their use of the sealing art. A legacy that I shall fail to top. Naruto replied bitterly. He wasn't going to spend his time cooped up in Fuinjutsu scrolls. He was a Mokuton user. And he would focus on perfecting his control over it. Mokuton? Yeah. Naruto nodded in a quiet tone. For a moment, it felt like the streets had become quiet. Like there was no one and it was just him and the Sandaime Hokage. Well, I'll get the hang of it eventually. I'll take some scrolls with me. I'm still a brat, so there is always time for me to learn as time goes on. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. I've also learned. If you need any help, I will assist. Is there anything you did not learn? To be not impressed by the third was ignorance. The old man's knowledge when it came to ninjutsu was envious. He knew everything. It was no wonder he'd produce students such as the Sannin. Hiruzen chuckled lightly. Ninjutsu and Fuinjutsu don't always help in every situation. When it comes to battle, it is about finding the right balance. If you are a fire user, there is a challenge when you meet a wind or water user. It was always best to have an alternative. I've noticed. Fire works against me. Not only that, but you can always use it to work for you. If you come across a skilled fire user, to escape weakness, you use Mokuton in conjunction with fire. While it takes away the destructive raw power of Mokuton, it gives you more burning power and lasting flames. Naruto was thoughtful for a couple of moments. He didn't even know which of his element was. Never thought of that. And never thought of using other elemental jutsu. The focus has always been Mokuton. Naruto released a long breath. He could learn other things. He had the clones and he would have the time. If you know your weakness, you can always use it to your advantage, Hiruzen said wisely. But even when your focus is on Mokuton, you have been doing well. It makes me proud. We have always wanted another Mokuton user. Not in such circumstances. But one was always wanted. Yamato is rather limited in his abilities despite Danzo's best efforts to train him. Even after stealing some of the Shodai's scrolls. I suppose one thing I have in common with the Shodai is the large reserves of chakra. It does make it possible to use the other ridiculous jutsu that require a lot of chakra, Naruto explained lightly. It didn't take long before they reached the memorial stones. They stopped in front of the Yondaime stone. In its presence, Naruto sat down, legs folded, and stared at it. His father was buried there. Then where was his mother? A reminder of Kabuto talking about digging her up made him silently seethe. Whether the Sandaime noticed was a question to be asked. I wanted nothing more than for you to be treated as a hero. I was naive, of course. But I also think it would have been possible. It nevertheless should have been me who died that night. Minato was still young in his reign. He should have let me sacrifice myself. I'd already lived long enough. Done enough for the village. Dying so that he may continue would have been best for the village. Some of the tragedies that have occurred may not have even occurred, Hiruzen said in a somber tone. Naruto listened and understood. It was always something he'd sensed. He didn't offer a response. It didn't seem like the Sandaime wanted one as he continued speaking. I know we've not done anything to earn your loyalty. This village has truly wronged you and still continues to do so. I'm at fault. I'm the leader and I have failed to lead effectively. But I don't want you to hate us, Hiruzen chuckled with bitterness. It would be wrong to say in the memory of your parents. Your mother died to protect you. Your father the village. You didn't have to suffer the way you did. Naruto looked up into the clear sky for a long moment before bringing his eyes down to the stone. I used to cry. Thinking it's not fair that such has to happen to me. What wrong did I do? I know I did nothing wrong. And that makes it difficult for me. I always wanted to be loved. To be wanted. But after Orochimaru, I just stopped wanting attention or anything. It was hard. Coming back home didn't do favors. I felt unwelcomed. The sadness in Naruto's voice broke Hiruzen. But I'm still here. To have friends is exciting. People you can chat with. People you can play with. Well, train with in my case. Back at the academy, we always shared our dreams. The common one was of course being Hokage. But I always thought to myself, what is my dream? Usually, it was nothing grand. But just to be home. Loved by those around me and to have my existence acknowledged. That was all I'd asked for then. Maybe I still do. I don't hate this village. But as a consequence, I've just accepted things. I accept the world is cruel. I accept people can be unjust at times. I've become defeated. Yet, I want to rise above that. It's difficult. It's difficult to dream. While alone at that house, I wish I was a child. I wish my mother was there to scold me for staying up too late while studying. I wish she was there to cook me dinner. To wake me up in the morning to do my chores. It is all just sad thoughts. But I don't hate the villagers. I'm just sad, and really wish to be happy. To be free. To be able to have a grand dream. Is that too much to ask? It is not, Naruto. It is not. I thought as much. That is why I'm looking forward to tomorrow. He smiled. And Gigi, this ability is not because of Orochimaru. It is an ability of mine. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.